The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 103.1, Battle of the Old Castle. I thought this when I was hunting the undead with Mr. Lazar's group too, but it seems like the person who's been sending in the dead this time is devoted to skeletons. Wraiths also appeared in the second half, but their numbers were obviously different. Though, neither of them pose any obstacle for me currently. Since it was my first time fighting wraiths, not counting the Lord's ghost, of course, but that was an exception, so, I was a bit worried, but I've learned about them too. The various abilities that the wraith species possess are aimed at living beings. They won't work on me, who's already dead. Even if I hear the repulsive cries that terrify the living beings, it won't cause even a slight disturbance in my mind. And, the Lord's heritage can cut through ghosts as if they were real. I avoid the big swing attack from huge skeleton and run up on its smooth arm bones. I've already gotten used to my ridiculous athletic abilities. My opponent is strong, but because of its size, it lacks flexibility. While its big frame might be suitable to scatter countless soldiers, from my point of view, it's a good target. I strongly rotate my body and swing my machete with all my power. The flesh on my arms squeaks and the jet-black blade conveys a dull impact. It's hard. Perhaps because its bones are harder than a human's, the blade that I swung down at its neck has stopped at the middle. The skeleton giant strongly shakes its body, trying to shake me off. But it's useless resistance. I use Sharp Claw to sharpen my claws, pierce its bone body and endure. I can already use power as easily as breathing. And, if I can't cut it off at once, all I have to do is slash it as many times as needed. I pull out the machete by force and hold it aloft. The blade that I aimed and released properly hit at the neck of huge skeleton, where I had cut till the middle a while ago. A dull sound echoes and the giant skull wrapped in a shell tumbles through the air. As soon as I jump off its shoulders, the towering giant body crumbles down. The ground shakes strongly, probably because even if it's just bones, when it gets to that size, it acquires an appropriate weight. Looks like the core of the skeletons is in their heads. They're already moving without a brain, so I think it's better if their core was at the side of their body, but I probably wouldn't be able to move with just a body either, so that's probably the way it is. The number of the skeletons has considerably been reduced. The remains of countless skeletons are rolling around the site of the old castle. I also buried a countless number of them too, but most of them were dragged into the broad attacks of skeleton giant. I guess I already took care of the big gun. I sigh quietly while warily keeping an eye on the surroundings and calm my uplifted spirit. They're only at this level, huh? I was wondering how strong a regular necromancer was, but the Lord must have been a fairly high-ranking caster. This time, the opponent was careless. They didn't know my identity. But if the average necromancer is only at this level, I won't have any problems. I can win. I can attack them first. I can steal their knowledge, techniques, and power. Senri surely wouldn't stop me from defeating a necromancer either. As I finished my silly fantasies, I frowned. It's time to end things. I stayed for too long. I didn't see the caster among the undead. Necromancers are cautious. I'm sure that person is watching this battle too. I should leave the town before they come up with a countermeasure, before the necromancer's main force arrives. And I'll travel with Senri again. I have night crystals this time. I don't have to worry about the pursuers as much as before. We'll go to a town where there isn't much garlic and live in hiding there. Things have been going so well lately that I can't help thinking about reprehensible things. But I shouldn't forget that I'm on the hunted side. Night crystals are attractive to the undead. You can never have too many reserves. But no matter how you look at it, if a necromancer starts attacking with all their forces, there's too much risk. I should consider myself lucky this time. The problem is Senri. Would she accept the option of leaving the town while knowing that a necromancer is here? Senri is on my side, but her core is still undoubtedly that of a death knight. If she chooses to stay behind, I will have to fight. As I was heartlessly swinging my machete while thinking about such things, there was nothing left moving around me before I knew it. The ruins of the castle at night, with broken bones and armor scattered around, was like a scene from hell. If they're not purified by death knights, the corpses of the undead usually stay where they are. According to Mr. Lazar and his group, the town will hold the memorial service for the corpses of the undead. The townspeople will surely be surprised tomorrow when they see this scene. There won't be any more attacks tonight. Its quality aside, they not only released such a big army, they even put out the irreplaceable Black Bone and Skeleton Giant, which take time to evolve or need special ingredients. As you'd expect, I don't want to think that this was a test trial. I'll go back to Senri. The moment I decided to turn on my heels, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. As expected from you, ancestor. I opened my eyes wide and reflexively ready my machete. I searched the surroundings. I can feel the negative energy that the undead emit. Even without that, I can even discern the undead from their scent. But for some reason, I couldn't catch this presence. The presences of the undead that I just fought are permeating, but it's not like they're indistinguishable either. It was the same last time too. She suddenly appeared. The cold voice was praising me, but it didn't sound happy at all. She couldn't have appeared at the worst time. We do indeed not feel fatigue, but to think that you'd destroy it so beautifully, it's hard to imagine that you're still a lesser. Hiding and peeking. You sure have bad hobbies. Sable. The retainer of the Snake King, the Vampire Demon King. The vampire who tried to control me and was supposed to be burned by Senri. She was alive, just as I expected. It might be conceited of me to say this, but the toughness of the undead is abnormal. During our journey, I heard the information from Senri. Snake King seems to be the longtime enemy of the Death Knights. He's one of the most terrifying demon kings in this world, who has a myriad of dark armies and many former demon kings as his subordinates. That demon king's power is already understandable from the fact that he still maintains his might even now, when absolute heroes like the Order of Death Knights exist. According to Senri, the battle between the Snake King and the Order of Death Knights has been going on for a long time and it hasn't concluded yet. The power of the Death Knights is something that the undead cannot resist. Even if a powerful vampire fought them head-on, they wouldn't be a match for them, but I can understand the reason why the fight hasn't been settled yet. The Order of Death Knights is weak against the living army. Just like how third-class knight, Del Gordon, was captured by Demon King Raynal, in an extreme case, if you can gather some monsters of that level, you will be able to fight with the Order of Death Knights. Various thoughts passed through my mind in an instant. Sable is strong. First of all, she has evolved more than me. She can use the special abilities of vampires that I can't use yet, and she most likely also has a lot of combat experience. Senri failed to shoot her down. It's pretty unlikely that I'll be able to kill her. She's genuinely above me. My heart beat hard. Cold heat runs through my whole body. But Sable is an enemy. She tried to control me by inserting her blood in me. I don't feel like it, but I must get rid of her. I don't know how she followed us or why she appeared just now, but it's too bothersome. It was the same with Raynal too. Is she not satisfied unless she butts in? It's not her vampire abilities that I should be wary of. It's this hiding of her presence. Sable is a vampire that was changed by the Snake King, she's not an ancestor. In other words, she shouldn't have the abilities of a ghoul and dark stalker, and she's hiding herself with a power other than silhouette. Luckily, my weapon is special. There's no way a weapon made for killing the undead won't be able to kill a vampire. I have a chance to win. I ask cautiously. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 103.2, Battle of the Old Castle. Why are you here? Did you come in search of night crystals? What I got in a reply was something that sounded like a chuckle. A mist of darkness, that couldn't be seen through even with eyes of a vampire, gathered from who knows where and took a shape. Jet black coat that resembled the night itself and porcelain-like white skin without any vitality. Blood-red eyes, just like me, and cold yet somehow arrogant smile. The appearance of the female vampire hadn't changed even slightly from when I first encountered her. Neither the wounds from Reynolds' attack when he was on his deathbed or the traces of photon delete Senri used have remained. Even though she's in front of me, she still doesn't have any presence. I can't smell her either. But she's not an illusion. This shouldn't be the ability that ordinary vampires have. It's not magic either. Night crystals can't erase the scent, so it shouldn't be that either. Sable holds out her arm. She doesn't look any different than me, but for some reason I can't think of her as the same human as me. No need to be afraid. Today I only came as a scout. My lord has shown interest in you. I would very much like you to accompany me. Sorry, but I already have a wife. I appreciate the invitation but I can't come with you. Would Senri be able to detect the presence of the vampire in front of me? It would be difficult. What Senri uses to detect the undead is the negative aura that leaks out of them. It's the same thing I'm using for detection. Are there any ways of hiding it other than with the night crystal? Unfortunately, even if I ask her here, she wouldn't tell me. But there's something I'm curious about even more. As I'm staring at her, Sable continues almost like she's trying to convince me. The Lord has spoken, that if it is possible, we would like to welcome you in our army with the same treatment as an executive. The same rank as me, most of your wishes will be fulfilled. If you desire human women, you can get as many as you want. And power too. You are strong, but you are still inexperienced, you don't know how to use your vampire powers. Those are pretty good conditions but it's out of the question. I don't intend to leave my beloved Senri and I'm sure even Senri wouldn't come with me if I tried to go to the Stake King's side. As long as Senri is on hostile terms with the Stake King, I'll be the enemy of Sable and her group. It's what one would call the weakness of being in love. Besides, I also have a lingering attachment to human society. What if I refused? Then, it can't be helped. Sable shrugged with a faint smile still on her face. But she doesn't look like she's going to give up. Good grief, this is why I don't like monsters, be it Maneater, Raynal or Albertus, they're all so selfish, it's troubling. They should take a lesson from Senri, who always listens to my selfishness. However, that aside, I asked something that I couldn't help wondering about. By the way, why did you show yourself? What? Sable looked puzzled. I'll be honest. I don't know how it works, but I can't read your presence. If you launched a surprise attack on me, there's not a very high chance that I'd be able to avoid it. Why did you show yourself so boldly? I would never do something so dangerous. To start with, if you think about the circumstances in which we parted last time, there's no chance the negotiation would be successful. No, I get it. I get her rationale even without having to ask. I understand it and it's pretty convenient as it is, but, when she comes out this unreservedly, my feelings can't accept it. It was obvious that the negotiation would have failed. If you still insist on taking me with you, you'll have to do it by force. Judging from the way you attacked Raynal, it's not like you hate surprise attacks, right? Why did you appear in front of me all fair and square? I understand your intentions. I'll listen to your nonsense later. Sorry, but I can't let my lord wait for long. Sable says as if finding it bothersome and points her finger at me. It's a white finger without any blemishes. A blood thread slowly stretches out from the gap of her index finger on her right hand and sways to and fro in the air. It's a special ability of the Stake King. I've already seen it before so I'm not surprised. It's delicate, but bundled up it has terrific power enough to restrain Raynal. It moves in erratic ways and it's also hard to avoid. I strongly grip my machete, take off my sunglasses with my left hand and put it away in my pocket. I squint and say clearly. I understand it, Sable. I understand even without you having to say anything. You think that it's easy to restrain me. You don't consider me an enemy. That's why she appeared up front. That's why she talked so peacefully despite what happened in Raynol's castle last time. This all despite the fact that suppression was her prerequisite. When I put it in words, it's nothing special. Whether to take this as a show of her self-confidence or as her belittling me is up to the interpretation. But I wonder why. I feel a little gloomy. All the enemies I've fought until now were strong, but they still looked at me as their enemy. Even Raynal, who was overwhelmingly above me, didn't look down on me this much. I'm surprised. Sure, Sable is above me. She has the same characteristics as me, but she's superior in everything. But, even though she should have observed the fact that I can use necromancy even if partially, that I tied with Raynal at the very last moment and this battle too. It's impossible, to go with somebody who doesn't acknowledge my power or dignity. Sable frowns and says as if placating me. I won't run away. I'll be troubled if you lump me together with the skeletons you've defeated. I don't say anything anymore. Sure, that time I could only stall. Pathetically enough, I had no other choice but to be saved by Senri. I was on the brink of death at that time, but it's different now. Right now I'm unscathed. I have plenty of blood power too and I'm not exhausted either. In addition, right now I'm stronger than I was then. My soul continues to fall. I also had Senri share her blood with me. Fighting with somebody stronger than me is the usual thing. I've beaten up every single enemy who tried to control me. Is it because she's also a vampire? Is it what people call the hate for the same kind? I can feel a fighting spirit, strong enough to surprise me, boiling inside me. For some reason, my fangs are aching so much it's unbearable. No, that's wrong. Then, I calmed down for a bit. I took a deep breath and licked my lips. This is surely the Lord's will. I haven't been exercising enough lately. Show me the power of the famous Snake King's retainer, Senior. I get it. I understand it. I can understand it now. It's a feeling that perfectly fit the expression of being convinced. The Lord was surely planning to kill a vampire. The reason why Horus Carmen gave me the ability, Curse Steal, was because the person he wanted to steal blood from was a vampire. There's no mistake. The Lord's obsession is in my body, in my soul. I don't intend on going along with the Lord's delusions, but I have to brush off the sparks that fall onto me. I can't escape anyway. Turning my back on a vampire that can freely manipulate blood is suicidal. Right now our goals are matching. It's not really a lie that I wanted to properly see this so-called vampire power. I have a chance to win. Senri will surely praise me if I tie you up and take you back. It's way too foolish to be so engrossed with the Death Knight. Thread-like blood gathered and turned into a crimson sword. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 104, Battle of the Old Castle, 2. Being observed makes me stronger. The Snake King's army is so huge, it's too much for me to handle. But Sable is alone. I'm not one to talk, but perhaps because they're very strong, vampires are too careless. It's natural that they'd be hunted by humans. Amidst the darkness illuminated only by the moonlight, my eyes could clearly see the surroundings. Sable comes forward with a sword in one hand. Perhaps hiding her presence required concentration, her presence that had been completely erased until now has slightly come back. The sword's reach isn't that long, but it's originally made from blood. Distance might as well not exist for it. I will enjoy the power of the King of the Dead, the power of an ancestor. Her eyes were narrowed with the pleasure of trampling down on me. Mysterious chills rose from my feet and spread to my whole body. I already know how to fight with vampires. I just need to do the same things I hated my worst foes would do to me. Sable is careless. I take a step back. Sable looks at me, smiles faintly and moves forward as if showing off. At that moment, I stepped in with all my power. Blood sword. Caution. Measuring the distance. Nonsense. I'm not a human. I've learned. What can defeat a vampire is a power that's stronger than them. The blood wedge shouldn't be that easy to use anyway. If it had such lenient conditions, she wouldn't have so much trouble with Raynal. If I can't use her weakness, if my opponent is stronger than me, I'll suppress her before she can use her full powers. Sable's eyes distort with astonishment. The blood sword bursts open, turns into arrows and flies towards me. Several arrows pierce my body. Dull pain and impact shake my body. But I was already prepared for all this. There was only a single thought in my mind: my only good clothes are in tatters again. I immediately shook the machete and cut off Sable's right arm from the shoulder. Sable's graceful face distorts for a second. But I won't give her the opportunity to counterattack. Vampires have high regeneration ability, but it uses power, and healing something as big as an arm takes time. I won't let my guard down. I'll do everything I hated when they were done to me. Blood flowing from the shoulder I cut off squirmed and instantly formed a shield. I see, that's a troublesome ability. It changes freely. The speed of its forming is also fast. Making a part of one's body transform isn't much different from sharp claw or sharp fang, but they have different degrees of freedom. Then, I realized something. It felt like I had received a revelation. It wasn't particularly advantageous. But I'm in a fight with somebody stronger than me, yet I still feel very good. My feeling of wanting to study the unknown is something that I couldn't satisfy at all when I was alive. I see. I get it. The power of the Stake King is a variant of Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang. Just like how my Cursed Steel is a modified feeding, the Necromancer who created the Stake King definitely modified Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang to create blood pain. What a discerning eye. Any vampire can use feeding, but strictly speaking, Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang are the abilities of ghouls and can't be used by those who were directly turned into vampires by the power of creating the kin. The reason why Stake King became a big force is probably because the power inherited by his kin was very convenient. I strike her with Blood Ruler and break the shield of blood. The blood shield could only hold up for a moment against the single strike that had the physical strength of the vampire behind it. But that was enough. Sable, who was close enough to be in my arm's reach, literally dispersed. It's the atomization ability. I was on guard for it, but I couldn't do anything. There is no power amongst my abilities that could deal with atomization. I've been underestimating you, Ancestor. I didn't think you'd come at me without hesitation. Sable appeared a few meters away. Black outfit that melted into the darkness. Arm that I had cut off at the shoulder was healing at the speed visible to the naked eye. Her bloody red pupils were dilated. My body shook from her strong killing intent. To be honest, my power isn't anything special. I see. So she can't regenerate when she's in the form of mist. And the time she can stay in the mist state isn't that long. It probably uses a lot of power. Even Silhouette, which hides my presence, uses an amount of power that can't be ignored. It makes sense. This has been very informative. I strongly kick off the ground and rush straight toward Sable. The female vampire narrows her eyes. Don't think that the same move will work forever. The flowing blood swirled and instantly created a triangular pyramid, a giant blood arrow. What great skill she must have to make it in time for a vampire's full power leg strength. But it's not like I rushed towards her without thinking. I had already finished transforming my left arm. The reason I made it in time wasn't because I was very skilled, but because I had used the ability at the same time as I stepped in. The ability I used was Sharp Claw. But I poured in blood power and made it transform excessively. Sable's face distorted. During my fight with Maneater I turned my whole arm into a blade. But what I created this time was a bone shield with a smooth streamlined surface. Although it's not on the same level as creating a sword from blood, if they created blood pain by evolving this power, there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to do something similar. Looks like, Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang are, strictly speaking, not the ability to transform claws or fangs, but rather the ability to transform bones. A white shield and a crimson arrow collide. Bone shield and blood arrow, I don't know which one's stronger. But, I didn't create the shield for receiving. The arrowhead slides off the surface and flows behind. Sable immediately raises her remaining left hand. I mercilessly strike it with the machete. The sensation of the bones, the flesh being crushed is conveyed to me. I continuously shake the machete, but as expected, the protection around her head is hard. This feels amazing. Reynolds probably satisfied too. I survived, so as a result, Sable's interruption turned out to be advantageous for me, but that aside, taking revenge on a strong enemy is pretty tasteful. Sable disappears. Atomization again. That ability is really a nuisance. The black mist moves at a high speed. It would be difficult to distinguish black mist in the dead of night for a human, that is. I follow the black mist without hesitation and kick off the ground. I'm pushing her. I mustn't give Sable leeway. Atomization is a powerful ability, but no matter how powerful an ability is, it has a weakness. The mist climbed the wall. At the same time as I ran up the wall and followed after her, I blew on my single best pair of clothes, which was unusually still intact. Black sparks spread and instantly covered my whole body. Dull pain and heat torment my body. I won't let my guard down. I don't know if I can burn the mist with the flame, but even if this turns out to be the declaration of war on the Snake King, I'll finish Sable here. While I still have blood power, I won't have to worry about my body burning down. Haha, teach me how to stop my clothes from disappearing. Are you sane? Ancestor. I stretch out my left arm that's wrapped in black flames. The flame touches the mist, but I don't know if it worked or not. But even if it doesn't work on the mist, it should at least be able to evaporate the blood that she's manipulating. It's not a bad strategy. It would be even more perfect if I didn't lose my clothes. Black mist rises to the sky. Even I could not chase her up that high. I can jump, but that would be too reckless. The mist gathers in the sky. Sable's tattered appearance takes shape, with the moon behind her. Vampires have an ability to change into bats. But I wonder, will she not fall down? Sable says, while I'm looking up at her with faint hopes. Ha, I'm surprised. Looks like you're more used to fighting than I assumed. Sable didn't fall down. 2 crimson wings grew from her back, stopping her midair. The wounds I went through so much trouble to inflict, are slowly healing. She's not using the power of bats. Those are blood wings growing from her back. Thinking calmly, blood moving freely is magic itself. I'm only changing the shape of my bones, but Sable's curse has completely reached the realm of manipulation of liquids. Her wings didn't move. Rather than flying like a bird, it's like she's floating midair by affixing her in place. Come down, you coward. Do you not have your pride as a vampire? Say what you will. I will not let my guard down anymore. I opened my eyes wide and looked up at Sable, who had turned pale. But the feeling I was overcome with wasn't anger, I want it. I want that ability. If I had blood pain, I could fly. I'd be able to catch the cowardly Senri who escapes to the sky, and it seems to have uses other than this too. Sable said that she wouldn't let her guard down, but I still haven't shown curse steel to her. You can't take countermeasures against something you don't know about. Then, Sable, who had completely healed her wounds, sighed deeply. It's annoying to retreat while I'm being pushed, but unfortunately I'm here on my lord's order. Suddenly, I heard howls of beasts. And not just 1 or 2. I noticed several presences of living beings around only now. They definitely weren't here just a while ago, so Sable must have called them somehow. A few giant shadows appeared without making a sound. A big frame that towers over me. Well-developed limbs. Sharp claws and golden eyes. It's a smell I've smelled before, strong animal odor. It's the werewolves. There are 10 of them. They don't have weapons like swords, but I've already experienced the sharpness of their claws. I shuddered at their clinging, killing intent. Even when they saw me, they didn't stir an inch. They seemed to be different from Oliver, who surrendered the moment I showed myself. I frown. It's been a while since I've gained another life, but while I might have been swarmed by the weak and overpowered by the strong, it's the first time I've been swarmed by the strong. While I was wary, Sable talked with a calming voice. Stay put, and I won't do anything bad to you. You're strong. If you're with us, we can create the land of the dead. Land of the dead, huh? I don't know what in the world they desire. I'm not interested in it either. But, as expected, Sable's faction doesn't suit my nature. I manipulate my power and change back my left hand that I had turned into a shield. I extinguished the cursed flame and dropped blood ruler that I was holding on the ground. Sable's eyes relax for a second. A vampire, who's stronger than me, has taken air superiority, and I'm surrounded by elite werewolves. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I've been driven into a corner. And I pour in power without any hesitation. I'll follow the example of the strong foes I've fought so far. Right now, I'm definitely stronger than Albertus and Raynal. After all, it is a full moon today, and I received blood full of love from Senri just yesterday. I feel an enormous power that seems to tear my body apart. It's not a power from outside. It's power that comes from inside me. My skin tears and black needle-like body hair pops out from the inside. My bones creak audibly, my bone structure changes and my muscles expand. My field of vision rises in a twinkle. If I stretch out my arm, I might reach Sable, who's floating in the sky. But, unfortunately, right now I can't grasp anything. My body is hot. It's like the inside of my head is burning. Power wells up inside me. It was worth pouring in more blood power than necessary. The werewolves that were twice as big as me just a second ago are almost like children now. Right now I'm even bigger than I was when I transformed during the fight with Raynal. I can hear it. I smell it. It's the fear. It's something that those who I've fought until now didn't have. The werewolves are agitated. As I thought, being big is good. You can crush anybody you don't like with a single swing of your front legs. Even though she should have already known that I could transform into a dog, Sable's face distorts. This power, your ability is. Just between you and me, it's to become a fire-breathing dog. As I narrowed my eyes and answered, I roared with all my might. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 105.1, Battle of the Old Castle, 3. I'm overflowing with power. I can understand why Albertus went on such a rampage. With this power, I'll be stronger by entrusting myself to the wilderness boiling up from the depth of my soul, rather than playing petty tricks. All my vampire weaknesses have remained as they were, so I have to be careful, but the other party is also a vampire. She wouldn't have been prepared. In a battle without any tricks, I, who have received the seal of approval from Senri, that, with only the power alone, I'm stronger than an ordinary vampire, should be at an advantage. Looks like, you can only get special abilities from the evolution to the lesser vampire, while your physical abilities don't change that much. Well, you can get such a variety of abilities with a single evolution, so it would be unfair if it also greatly improved your basic abilities. Werewolves spread out and surrounded me. When I'm in my transformed state, my field of vision is slightly different from a human's, but even if they were in my blind spot, I'd be able to know where they are from their scent. Perhaps Albertus and Raynal felt what I'm feeling right now when they were fighting me. I howled toward Sable, who's floating high up in the sky. If I jump with my current physical abilities, I'd reach her, but for me, with no ways of properly moving in the air, that would be a bad move. I stand up high with my hind legs and stretch my front legs toward Sable, or rather, I act like I do and spring at the nearest werewolf. The werewolf hurriedly tried to stop the attack, but I trample him without caring. My hands are scraped, but ordinary claws can't injure me. And, werewolves can only be injured with silver weapons, but perhaps because of the grief of being the kin, they take attacks from vampires as an exception. Surround him. Restrain him from all sides. Sable issues an order. She's underestimating me too much. Even if they attacked me from all sides, they're nothing to worry about. In the first place, would Sable herself lose to the slightly trained werewolves, while they're even holding back to not kill me? She would be able to come up with as many countermeasures as she wanted if she imagined herself in my place, so I can only laugh. Werewolves attack while showing impatience on their faces. I blow away the stout arm that swung with the full force by shaking myself. This body can't hold a sword, but I have claws. And I have no reasons to hold back. As long as I get rid of Sable's underlings, it's all over. If nothing gets in the way, it's unlikely that I'll ever lose when Senri is waiting behind me in case of an emergency. The more I kill, the easier things will get later. A vampire with an ability can somehow manage to create werewolves, but they need training to master the curse they've received. Shit. Perhaps because she sensed that she was at the disadvantage or because she read my mind, Sable spat out. And it started raining blood. This is not a metaphor. It was a rain created from blood. Each drop of blood that was fired with great force turned into a bullet and rained down on me without leaving me any ways of dodging them. The still remaining outer wall of the old castle collapsed beneath the downpour of the blood rain. The werewolves who were stuck to me, were struck with the bullets and were violently blown off. It was truly the work of a monster. I've heard that the wide-scope high-power combat magic is something that multiple mages cast over time by working together. In that sense, Sable, who can release the attacks with almost no time lag that can scatter even robust werewolves, is worthy of being called a great fighter. But, my body in this form is sturdier than the werewolves and the outer wall of the old castle. The blood rain stopped. I raised my head and intentionally looked at Sable. Did you do something? Curse you, ancestor. There was a heavy impact. A few blood bullets dug into my flesh, but that was it. My wounds had already healed. Very few wounded werewolves, who had barely endured the attacks from blood rain, moved back as if wary. Sable's face obviously lacked composure compared to before. She seems to still have her fighting spirit, but she can't hide her exhaustion. Why is she so tired even though she hasn't fought that much yet? I slowly digest the question that suddenly popped up in my mind. I look at the pools of blood on the ground. I see. So you can't move the blood that you shot. You don't have enough blood, do you? This is your blood. Rather than not being able to move it, I should think that there's some condition to it. I can't use sharp claw on an arm that's been cut off either. And the reason why Sable's face looks so exhausted is probably because she used most of the blood in her body. Rather than it being a defective ability, it's more like you just didn't use it well. If it has demerits, she should have used it without letting it leave her body. While the blood rain might be suitable for killing a large number of humans, it's not powerful enough to kill monsters like Raynal. I take it, this woman has never fought in a battle where she had to put her life on the line. Sable's eyes narrowed and I could see sharp fangs from the corners of lips that were meshed together. Then, I sighed and said with exasperation. So this is all you're capable of, after all. Judging from this, the Stake King shouldn't be a big deal either. I'll spare you, you can return. What an obvious provocation. I said it while thinking that it was obvious too, so having it pointed out made me feel embarrassed. But Sable released her blood wings on the spot and landed on the ground. Why now? She knows that I was provoking her. I unintentionally start thinking about her unexpected behavior. By that time, her transformation had already started. Sable's thin arms became swollen and her chin stretched greatly. The silver fur, a different shade than mine, grew on her while making creaking sounds. Albertus always appeared in front of me in the form of a black dog. It's my first time seeing the transformation with my own eyes, but this is a bit unsettling. Her robust limbs crushed the ground that was full of holes. Sable transformed into a big beautiful silver wolf. Her height surpassed 3 meters and her red eyes, the only things that stayed unchanged, were looking up at me. So be it. I'll show you what a real vampire is like. A wolf and a dog, huh, the wolf seems stronger. I exhale my breath mixed with cursed flames for intimidation and let my real thoughts out. Senri said that vampires who turned into wolves gained more fighting power. Perhaps the essence of this dodgification ability is in strengthening the searching ability. Looking at that, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. Well, only if they were the same size, of course. The wolf Sable transformed into is huge, but she's only half my size. She doesn't understand. Bigger is stronger than shorter. That's why I've had so many struggles until now. Sable jumps at me, baring her fangs. In response, I kicked her with my front legs with all my might. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 105.2, Battle of the Old Castle, 3. The air trembled. Beneath the glowing full moon, 2 huge beasts were rampaging. While observing the two from a distance, Senri had a complicated expression on her face. The black dog that End had transformed into was overpowering the silver wolf. The silver wolf itself wasn't weak at all, but the physique of the two was too different. It was said that the size of the vampire after their transformation was proportional to their power. In other words, this meant that End Baron's basic abilities already surpassed the abilities of the Stake King's retainer. Even if his opponent was already exhausted from their previous exchange and even if she hadn't used her full powers yet, it was abnormal that End had reached this level after only a few months of changing. He's strong. Way too strong. He doesn't have vampire abilities yet, so he wouldn't be a tough opponent from the perspective of Death Knights, but if he obtained powerful special abilities of a vampire, he'd instantly metamorphose. Senri trusted End, but if it was her blood that gave him that much power, she couldn't explain what she was feeling. End hadn't changed much since they had met. No, the more composure he gained, the more lenient he became. That was probably his core. He already had a talent as a warrior. His handicapped sickly body disappeared and after a lot of experience, it blossomed. Great power often attracted demons. Now that a large force had found out about his power, it would become harder to live peacefully. It's also impossible to seek refuge with the Order of Death Knights. No matter what, they wouldn't forgive a vampire. Senri had absolutely no idea how much peace the night crystals that the vampire had acquired would bring to him. Claws dug deep in her flesh and Sable let out a frightened howl. But End didn't let her guard down. The big lustrous black dog continuously bit into the wolf that he had blown away without giving her any time. He seemed to have decided to end things with continuous attacks. But it would be impossible to kill her. Even multiple Death Knights would have trouble killing a vampire of that class without any preparation beforehand. Moreover, the other party knew that End had Senri with him. She didn't think that Sable would be stupid enough to appear nonchalantly unprepared. Even if all of her current wolf flesh was blown away, she'd come back to life like nothing happened. Experienced vampires were infinitely closer to being immortal. The undead had already been mostly destroyed by End. It was unlikely that the clutches of evil would reach the mercenaries. Senri advanced forward while paying attention. She wanted to be able to help them out at any moment if they ended up in trouble. Countless bones were scattered on the ground. Most undead were created by necromancers. There weren't many cases where many undead were created from the corpses of the undead, but when there were this many of them, they couldn't be ignored. They would need to be purified later. Cold wind stroked her cheeks. It would take a little longer for the permeating presence of the undead to disappear. Then, Senri caught the glimpse of the knight that was waiting in the shadow of the castle walls. It was a knight equipped with an ominous jet-black armor. A pulsating sword, with a clearly strong curse cast on it, was in his right arm. And in his left arm. A Dullahan. A dry head held in his left arm looked at Senri. Its eye sockets, reminiscent of the abyss, were extremely eerie in a different sense than the eyes of a vampire. Dullahan is the undead symbolizing death. As a variant of skeletons, while it doesn't have many troublesome abilities, its pure combat abilities surpasses even those of a vampire. At its level, it couldn't be erased with soul release, so in some cases, it might be the Death Knight that ends up dead. Judging from the tendency of the undead that attacked so far, he was undoubtedly the trump card of the assailant. The black lips of the detached head slightly distorts. His sword was precisely pointed at Senri. The cursed sword of the type that sucked the owner's life in compensation of the power was the strongest weapon for the undead. Looking at his polished movements, Senri pulled out her sword without even flinching. A warm breeze blew. Dullahan stepped in as quietly as the breeze and as fast as the wind. Senri gently parried the swung-down blade with her holy silver sword. She didn't take him on directly. She knew even without crossing swords with him that she was greatly losing in power. His large body tottered. By that time, Senri's sword had greatly flicked his left arm. The head he was holding flew in the air. She didn't make any unnecessary attacks. She had to kill him before he got used to her movements. She took a breath. Her third attack pierced the cross-section of the head that was covered with the helmet. That was the end. The remaining body convulsed, kneeled and collapsed on the ground. Neither great durability nor the regeneration ability meant anything when his weakness was struck with the holy silver sword. Almost at the same time, Sable raised a loud howl. And, which was almost twice her size, crushed her head. Vampires are immortals, but the head and the heart are their weaknesses just like in the humans. If those are crushed, there will be a clear opening until they are regenerated. N's movements after that were frighteningly fast from Senri's perspective. After releasing his transformation and returning to the form of a human for a moment, he extended the 5 claws in his right hand and pierced the chest of the fallen silver wolf without any hesitation. The silver wolf convulsed. He was planning on pulling out her heart, the symbol of the vampire's power. If he pulled out her heart, her regeneration ability would drastically fall and her abilities would also be limited. But then N's expression changed. Clearly impatient, he pulled out his hand and stabbed in a slightly different place. He checked several times and muttered in astonishment. No way, this is impossible. Then, Senri moved ahead of N. The presence of Sable, who was thoroughly beaten up by N, was on the verge of disappearing. She looked so fragile it was hard to believe that she was an immortal vampire. With imploring eyes, N said to Senri. Senri, she doesn't have a heart. She has no heart. That method exists too. She's hiding her heart. Only the heart is removed and stored in a coffin. The power drops greatly, but in case of emergency, they can avoid dying. Sable's crushed head slowly recovered. She didn't have a heart, so her power must have been running out. Her regenerated eyes looked at Senri and said in a hateful voice. To think that you have gotten this strong. I have underestimated you. It's cowardly to hide your heart. Are there only cowards within the ranks of the undead and the necromancers? Why do you pander to a death knight, who's your enemy, when you have that much power? She sounded truly vexed. She probably didn't even have enough power to change into bats and escape. It was N's power that had exhausted her so much. Though even if she had saved enough power to transform and run away, Senri would absolutely not let her go. Ancestor, I've seen all your tricks. I won't let my guard down next time. Next time, I'll take away just your head. Stop it. It's my loss, please just leave me alone. I just want to leave peacefully. N said with a face that looked like he'd break out in tears at any moment and collapse to the ground. A slight smile appeared on Sable's lips. At that moment, End extended his fangs and thrust them into the neck of the silver wolf. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 106, Sad Conclusion. Thus, Sable blood pain regenerated inside her coffin. She lifted the heavy lid with the hand she had just regenerated and slowly rose up. Her pale skin was exposed in the darkness. Her unblemished skin was like porcelain and her well-balanced body, along with her features were so graceful, she seemed ethereal. But, her face was drained of all color and her wide-open eyes were bloodshot. She held down her chest and yelled in a harsh voice. Shit! What's with that king? What seems to be the matter, Lady Sable? Shut up. Ah, the troops were annihilated. She shook off the retainer vampire that hurriedly arrived. The heart, symbol of the vampire's powers, strongly throbbed and produced blood power. Blood that seeped out from her body turned into threads and wrapped around her white naked body in the form of jet-black clothes. She tried to get up but strongly swayed as if she was anemic. She opened her eyes to the max. Impossible. And, he's still a lesser. She couldn't believe it. Sure, Sable wasn't at her peak then. But it definitely wasn't like she held back. The power of Sable's main body currently was weakened like never before. It was only natural because she had lost everything but her heart. It would take some time until she recovered her power. Certainly, Sable was extremely cautious and extracted the source of her power to hide it somewhere for safety. However, that only contributed to greatly limiting the use of her blood power because its source was removed. Other than that, that body undoubtedly was Sable herself. From what she had observed in the battle against Demon King Reno, that should have been more than enough military force. She also had her werewolf troops. But, she lost. He had overwhelming power. Sable had underestimated his growth rate. He was clearly stronger than when he fought Reno. That king of the dead was growing rapidly. It was difficult to believe right away. Normally, it's the necromancers who were skilled enough to turn themselves into the undead that become kings of the dead. They would naturally know everything about the undead, and even if they had experience, it was hard to think that they would change this fast. And the most alarming moment was when Sable died. Her clone, which should have had power remaining and also had a powerful regeneration ability, disappeared in an instant. She couldn't even identify what was done to her. Even if her head was crushed, she wouldn't end up like this. The power that should have been remaining in her body disappeared instantly. Sable wouldn't be able to forget that feeling for a while. The last thing her clone heard from the ancestor was him pleading for his life. She was terminated right after. He was completely mocking her. She punched the stone wall with force. The thick wall deeply caved in, but Sable's mood didn't improve at all. She sat deeply into the chair and scratched her head. She needed to calm down. Sable had already failed twice. She couldn't fail the third time. Werewolves are good. They're valuable, but those can still be replaced. She glared at her own retainer that was waiting with a pale expression. He was a relatively powerful vampire, who she had created through feeding and who had also inherited the power of blood pain. But he wasn't good enough. He'd be useless even if she took him with her. Someone relatively strong wasn't even worth considering. Vampires are much stronger than werewolves, but that's not the case when the opponent is a Death Knight. Sable maintained her composure by continuing to think. In that moment, she had forgotten the death she had certainly felt. That's right. The problem isn't the ancestor. It's that Death Knight who's still keeping that man on the side of the humans. It would be difficult to attack him with force and drive in the wedge, even if she managed to do it, she'd end up with a considerable loss on her side too. To start with, vampires had always been creatures of darkness. His current situation was abnormal. If other vampires were told that a vampire and a Death Knight were together, they'd probably laugh it off. That ancestor didn't avoid other vampires at the very least. If something happened, the situation would roll in Sable's favor. Then, Sable noticed something and smiled deeply. One person, just one person, that's right. Death Knights generally moved in teams. But that silver-haired Death Knight was alone the both times Sable had seen her. To start with, it was already rare that a vampire was allowed to be with a Death Knight, but a Death Knight not instantly vanquishing the vampire was even more unthinkable, knowing the policy of the Order of Death Knights. It would be understandable if she had kidnapped him to torture him and find his weakness, but that ancestor wasn't restrained in any way. There was no doubt. That Death Knight was acting arbitrarily. In that case, there were means Sable could take skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Thus I was holding down my stomach inside the closet. The awful unending stomach ache and nausea were something I hadn't experienced until now, including when I was alive. I have found out for the first time that even lesser vampires can sweat if they reach their limit. I'm already at my limit. But it would be useless even if I went to the bathroom. After all, vampires don't need to go to the toilet. It's because everything they eat gets fully digested. That's why this stomach ache isn't because I ate something strange. My stomach hurts. It's because you drank something strong. Senri's voice also sounded somewhat exasperated. Damn you, Sable. You torment me even in my body. What a formidable enemy. The change in Sable after I drank her blood was striking. She instantly turned into dust and disappeared. Looks like vampires perish when their curses are sucked out. It's surely because their whole existence is a curse itself. Her blood that I ingested tasted quite good, but it was very rich and lingered on. It was right after drinking her blood that something happened to my stomach. I've had various things happen to me after being revived, like having my arms torn off, having my whole body burnt and being left as just the head, but this pain is worse than any of those. It feels like I might get turned inside out. I tried to throw up but I couldn't do it, and even when I went to the toilet, nothing came out. I tried to cut open my stomach but that was meaningless too. It's hopeless. Senri, help me. I don't know a doctor for vampires. It must already be a morning outside. But the pain doesn't show any signs of alleviating. My only saving grace is the fact that Senri's been my conversation buddy all this time from the outside of the closet. If I die, douse my grave with blood every day. It's probably fine. Your power hasn't decreased at all. Senri isn't gentle. Looks like my power hasn't decreased. In other words, it just hurts and I won't die. That means that the suffering caused by my stomach rebelling will continue forever. It's better than dying, I guess. To think that something like that would happen. Inside the closet. The Lord, who came out for the first time in a long while, said with great interest. I wanted to punch him. But even if I try to punch him, it'll go through him in the end. Even Senri can't see the Lord, he's just an illusion. This guy always seems to pop out like this, but he just won't help me. What's his deal? It cannot be helped. Failures are unavoidable. I cannot even attempt it. I have already failed once with that. Was the reason, Sable's blood? The curses of vampires are stronger than the curses of lesser vampires, after all. Say that beforehand. It was completely a harm caused from sucking her blood. In addition, I didn't obtain Sable's power in the end. Damn you, Sable. Was it a high-level tactic to immobilize me by making me suck her blood? To think that she used the weakness even I wasn't aware of, I underestimated the power of the State King's retainer. Well, if it is you, you will not die. If you were to die, you would die faster. Be glad that all you got was a stomach ache. This guy's just blabbering on because it's somebody else's problem. Will this ever get better? No idea. The Lord's phantom disappeared. He just said whatever he wanted. But, this is bad. I wanted to leave this town, but now I can't move even if I wanted to. Will I be able to fight? I held down my stomach, which started to protest with a no, and twisted my body. And, can you transform? I don't know. If I transform into a puppy, Senri will carry me. I feel like I could transform if I gave it my all, but leaving aside whether I can even transform, it's really doubtful if I'll be able to control it with my current state of mind. I don't have the confidence. If Senri, who entered with a puppy left while shouldering a giant dog, she'll undoubtedly be stopped. An excuse that the puppy just grew up wouldn't work. I might get better if I drink your blood, Senri. Do you want to drink the next portion? I'll refrain. I'm kinda not in the condition to enjoy feeding. That being said, what do I do? Sable found out my location. It's quite dangerous to stay here. Senri is powerful, but if they find out that she's alone, there are plenty of ways of dealing with her. As I was thinking things like this, Senri whispered. And, it would be better if you stayed here until you got better. The vampire countermeasures at this place are almost perfect. Sable won't be able to enter. There were werewolves. All they have to do is carry her and climb the outer wall. And werewolves don't have absolute obedience, and unless she has her heart, which produces her power, she can't cross the water. I guess what she's trying to say from Senri's words. In order for the vampire to cross over the wall, they must borrow the help of the werewolves while having the heart. If they're wary of the betrayal, they might not even be able to choose the option of crossing over the wall. Flowing water drains us of all powers. Certainly, killing a vampire in a powerless state would be as easy as taking candy from the toddler for werewolves. Even Senri could easily kill me if she decided to do it. You can't enter this town without having mutual trust. Although, that doesn't mean that there aren't other ways. For example, destroying the wall from outside and filling the canal, but if they go that far, that means war. Besides, because you burnt it without thinking about anything, we don't have spare night crystals. That's right. I entrusted Senri with only one night crystal and left the rest to myself. And everything I had burnt down when I used Cursed Flame. I'm an idiot. I wasn't thinking about anything. By the way, I held on to a lot of those because there's a limit to the amount of power night crystals can conceal, and I needed multiple to completely erase my presence. Right now I'm hiding my presence with the crystal I gave to Senri, but my negative aura seems to be leaking out to the extent that it can be discerned by Death Knights on sight. At this rate, I can't live as a good-natured mercenary young man who moved to the countryside with his beautiful wife and only goes out at night. I'll definitely won't forgive you, Sable. What should I do to you the next time we meet? As I was cursing in the darkness while shutting my eyes tight and enduring the pain, I felt Senri suddenly stand up outside. Mr. Lazar and the others are here, looks like they have some business with you. I haven't told them where we're staying. There are ways of investigating that. Well, we can't exactly hide it forever. Descend isn't that big of a town. It's probably about yesterday's case. You defeated a bit too many yesterday. Senri reasoning is fair. In addition, I collapsed with a stomach ache, so we didn't have time to purify things as usual. No matter how one looks at it, that amount wasn't something an ordinary mercenary would be able to deal with. Until now I've had them make reports to the town while hiding our presence, but it probably got impossible to gloss over. What should I do? As long as my location is uncovered, the means I can take are limited. As I was thinking while enduring the pain, Senri said quietly. I'll go talk with them. It's dangerous. But, Senri is strong. I can't really go myself. I thought for a while but I couldn't come up with anything. I break the silence with a heartbreak. Rue, I can't move because I'm exhausted from yesterday. There's something suspicious in this town, be careful. Come back soon. I know. Don't worry, Baron, rest. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 107, Sad Conclusion, 2. Sorry, Rue. We couldn't sweep things under the carpet considering the number of undead that were defeated. It's all right. Senri shook her head as Lazar said his apologies. Honestly, even fairly capable mercenaries would have trouble defeating that many undead. And for a couple of mercenaries to accomplish that feat without even the power of blessing that Death Knights wield would undoubtedly sound strange. End may have gotten really excited, but he clearly went overboard. While it may have been better to purge the remains, if everything were removed, there would be no way to explain the destruction to the site, and even Senri was not skilled enough to leave only a portion of it and purge the rest. Soul Release is a wide-ranged attack. Moreover, I had been thinking of meeting your employer sometime. You're quite the curious cat, I see. He's nothing but your usual big shot, snorted Dick, who had come along with Lazar. End's strength was probably the reason. The guy who had ogled at her in the beginning, began to avert his eyes and avoid looking directly at her. However, something is not right. The employer is just a big shot, he said, but this town was obviously hiding something. First of all, it is entirely odd that they never contacted the Death Knights considering the number of undead that appear at the castle. The undead do a lot more harm than good. They have no practical use, unlike magical beasts whose fur could be utilized or horns that could be whittled down to make weapons. The natural course of action would have been to get in touch with the Order. If the Order were to learn that the undead seemed to target a place that used to be the stronghold of an undead king, they would never let overlook the matter. The mercenaries led me to the center of Descend, and to the biggest building I had seen in town. It was probably the town hall. There were guards outside the gate, but since Lazar had already acquired permission beforehand, we were let in without further ado. I scanned the surroundings as it was my habit, but I could not sense the presence of any undead. In fact, just like the other buildings, the town hall was also adorned with silver, the weakness of undead, here and there. I cannot let my guard down, since something like the night crystal exists, but if there really exists an undead that could make this place its stronghold, then it would be a rather high-ranking one, or... A few minutes after being led into the parlor, we were greeted by a well-built old man. Maybe he was neglecting his health, for he had a pallid complexion, but he was certainly human. Sorry to make you wait, Mr. Lazar. Is that who you spoke of, though she doesn't seem to fit the description? Appearance has nothing to do with purging the undead. Indeed, yes. Senri spoke matter-of-factly, to which the man nodded and proceeded to introduce himself. The man appeared to be the mayor of Descend. Senri felt something was off when she first entered the town. Because the undead countermeasures, more specifically the anti-vampire countermeasures, were a little too extreme. That is why she investigated. Descend has always had a strong defense against undead, but apparently, it had also extended to include vampires over the past few years. Meaning, the man in front of them was the one who put those superfluous countermeasures in place. However, the man's eyes did not reflect any resentment toward vampires that one would normally expect from someone who takes such measures. Senri casually tried to get a read on the mayor's emotions. Her senses that were enhanced by the power of blessing could even pick up the mayor's heartbeat. I must inquire as to your identity. I never imagined that many undead would attack that old castle, but to think you'd defeat them all single-handedly, simply unbelievable. She sensed doubt, surprise, and slight fear. Usually it is relief that people feel at the thought that the undead have been taken care of, but for some reason she sensed none of that. As I thought, not revealing Anne's existence was the right choice. Now, what to do with this odd mayor? Even if he were hiding something, the inhabitants of the town ought to be non-complicit. She could not ignore it. Senri had decided to side with Anne, but she had never intended to abandon her principles. At the very least, she needed to learn what it is that they were hiding. She glanced at the mercenaries with her and took in the guards at the gate. The Death Knights are immensely powerful against the undead, but through carefully controlled power of blessing, they can display superhuman strength that is effective against other living beings as well. All is well, for even put together, they would be no match for Senri. And, Senri inhaled and looked the mayor in the eye. I'm a vampire hunter and, also an ex-Death Knight. So that level of undead pose no threat to me. The same goes even if they are stronger. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I am worried about Senri. But my stomach hurts. I wonder how much time has passed since Senri left. I am still writhing in pain inside the closet. Don't tell me that Sable entered my body and is wreaking havoc in my stomach by manipulating her blood. It was so painful that I was pushed to entertain such wild ideas. But at the same time, all it did was only hurt me. The fact that it would not kill me, gave me relief. The end result of the incurable illness, dead soul disease, that I suffered from in my previous life, was certain death. Compared to that, physical comfort aside, I also enjoyed mental peace in this body now. Furthermore, I have actually thought of a way to escape this predicament. The useless lord's apparition had stated that the reason for my pain was because the vampires are under a stronger curse than the lesser vampires. Basically, all I have to do is evolve into a vampire. In that case, the curse cast upon me would overpower Sable's curse, or at the very least, it would be able to stand its ground. Until a few days ago, I was not aware of why I was not able to evolve no matter how time passed or how to go about triggering the process. But now I do. The reason I have not evolved is because of the safety plug that the Lord had put in place. And the only way to pull that plug is, through a word. If it were too complex, evolution would not happen as soon as he possessed my body, or conversely, if it were too easy, the plug could end up being pulled before he could take full control of my body. That time when I delved into my mind and confronted the vestige of the Lord in me, the last piece of information I received from him was the key to pull the plug. It was also proof that the Lord had acknowledged my existence to a certain degree. All it takes is one word. Crying out the word should probably enable me to evolve into an all-powerful, true demon of the night that is abhorred by mankind. The only reason I have yet to do it is Senri. Let me be honest. I am a little afraid of the change. One of the reasons being the increase in the number of weaknesses, but more than that, I am afraid of how Senri will react when I have completely turned into a monster. If at all possible, I always wanted to keep things the way they are. After all, as I am now, there is still a chance for me to bask in the sunlight with Senri. Senri is kind to me at present, but there is no saying if that would not change once I transformed. Sable was shooed away successfully. But she was not killed. She is sure to take every precaution and come at me with everything she has. I am growing stronger and the ability to steal curses is undoubtedly powerful, but I do not know how long, just these abilities would suffice to fend off the opponents. They are an authentic evil group that can withstand long drawn-out battles against those fearsome Death Knights. I curled up, shut my eyes and inhaled deeply. I could sense Sable's curse raging wild and tormenting me inside my stomach. However, I can bear with it. No, I must. Until now, I pushed it off, convincing myself that I would do it when I was ready. Making an attempt to evolve, led by the pain, wanting an escape, is simply too pathetic. Even if all the internal struggle resulted in evolution being the answer, it still needs to happen through my own will. I am just being stubborn. However, my obstinate nature is what has kept me existing to this day. All is well. I can still fight. I can still get back on my feet. I sharpened my senses and accepted all the pain. This body cannot die. Even when I had my head cut off or was burnt by the sun, I survived. The fact that a vampire drank some blood and ended up with an upset stomach would not even make for a funny anecdote. And so, I slowly unfurled myself. As I tried to stand up, my toe got stuck in the closet and the pain made me choke, but I never did need to breathe anyway. Damn you, Sable. But this is nothing. It simply feels like my insides would come out of my mouth any second, just that, nothing more. That is right. I do not need organs. I do not need them to exist. However, the curse was not actually tormenting my physical body. It is obvious that the pain would not dissipate even if I were to empty my body of all organs. I am in hell. But I cannot let Senri carry everything on her shoulder any longer. Senri is smart, strong, beautiful with delicious blood and simply without flaw, that if the mercenaries were to learn of my indisposition, they might try to hit on her. I am the only one who is allowed to do that. I let such stupid thoughts rush through my mind, in order to boost my own morale. I told myself. Okay, this is nothing. I just feel like I'm dying. That's all. If you think about it, I'm already dead, hahaha. And, you seem quite relaxed. Looks like a lot more time had passed than I realized. I could see Senri's purple eyes peering at me exasperatedly, through the crack in the closet. I could have sworn it was still day out just until a second ago, but it was already completely dark. It was my time. I slowly moved my legs, pushed the door open and got out of the closet. The pain made me wince but my extremities were not shaking. I probably cannot put up a decent fight yet, and though I have not gotten used to the pain, I can do the bare minimum and walk around. Ever so kind Senri walked over and lent me her shoulder to lean on. Her silver hair. The sweet scent of blood emanating from her porcelain skin made me forget the pain a little. Are you really alright? Yeah, I am. I'm fine now, so tell me everything. Nobody but me is responsible for drinking Sable's blood. Senri has always warned me against absorbing curses. I got carried away after taking in Albertus and Maneater's curse. I clutched my stomach and looked up at Senri observing my expressions. Ah, it hurts. My stomach hurts really bad. So be kind to me if you can. Talk to me gently. I welcome jokes and, if you can, embrace me and whisper in my ear. The pain hasn't dissipated after so long. We can't possibly be at a standstill any longer. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 108, Obstinance. I listened to Senri's quiet voice while enduring the stomachache. The story Senri heard from the mayor was extremely suspicious. The holy ground that the undead is aiming for, According to the mayor, there seems to be something like a holy ground beneath that old castle that attracts the undead. Therefore, in order to exterminate the undead that appear frequently, Descend is calling the mercenaries from outside and having them guard the old castle. The scale of the attack last night seemed to have been outside of Descend's expectations. It was just too unnatural. Even I, with my scuffed concentration ability because of the stomach ache, can clearly tell that it sounds incongruent, as if they forcefully tried rationalizing it. First of all, that doesn't explain why they didn't contact the order. It's possible for them to force an excuse that they wanted to contact the order after seeing how things go, but, well, it's probably unlikely. After all, Descend's side isn't losing anything by contacting the Order of Death Knights. Senri says with a serious expression. They're hiding something. To start with, what I was attracted to was not a place. If it's the holy ground that's attracting the undead, it should have worked on me too. But, I was going there because night crystals were dropping there often for some reason, and that night crystal's presence wasn't something that could be easily sensed from outside the castle. If we could capture the necromancer that was controlling the army of the undead, we could get some information too, but as long as that vampire with poison blood is involved, that would be difficult. Senri dangles a key in front of me. It's a big key, almost the size of my palm. It's very rusty and looks meaningful. I frown. Senri takes a slight breath. I look at her chest quietly move according to that action while enduring the stomach ache. That basement, has even more room beneath it. It's the key for that. I received it from the mayor. What's in there? Senri slightly shook her head. It's completely a trap. I don't know what could be further underground of the underground passage of the former Demon King's castle, but it's bound to be something worthless. But I could sense it. Senri has completely made up her mind. She is righteous. Level-headedness and stubbornness both coexist inside her. It's way too dangerous, but I don't even feel like stopping her when I look into her quiet eyes, reminiscent of the surface of a lake. I'm coming too. I can at last act like a wall. Even in this state, I'm still much stronger than you, Senri. Sure, my stomach hurts, but my regeneration ability is still working, and even if lacking, hitting with all my might should take care of most monsters. Senri is strong, but she's a human. She has neither the durability nor the regeneration ability, so in case something happens, it would be too late. I hold down my stomach and declare to Senri, who's so delicate that she might break if I hug her strongly. This is different from going out into town to gather information. I'll come with you even if I have to cling to you. You don't have to cling to me. I won't let anybody bite me anymore. I haven't forgotten what happened with Albertus. I'll be the one doing the biting one-sidedly. It's much more dangerous to leave you behind. This town is too dangerous for you. Senri evades my arms that I stretched out to hug her, with minimal movements. I'm stronger, but I still can't match her delicate and flexible movements. But it's fine. When it's time to drink blood, she'll let me catch her. Still feeling the pain that almost feels like my stomach is on fire, I straighten my spine with willpower and act tough with all my might. This is it. Let's finish it quickly and leave this damn town. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. There was a strange feeling behind her neck. Like numbness or like chills. It was something unique one felt when they were about to enter a dangerous place. Senri looked up at the old castle that was wrapped in silence with no other signs of life and frowned. Just how many times had she visited this castle at night? However, it looked obviously different from before. It was the day before yesterday that they defeated a great number of the undead. But, their remains that were piled up high were gone now without even a single bone left. If what Mayor said was right, they must have cleared them up, but she felt somehow similar to what she was feeling right before invading the mansion of Horace Carmen. The strong traces of darkness were not the remains from the Demon King's era. You're really strange, Rue, to come back here after something like that happened. Following behind her were Mr. Lazar and the mercenary group. While they didn't show it on their face, their attitude was clearly timid. It's natural, Senri thought. Even though Mr. Lazar and the guys didn't come in contact with the swarm of the undead, they had seen the countless remains. They were the kind of troops that were not worth considering because they had been losing to a mere black bone, even if it was a fairly excellent specimen. Even so, had they taken the mayor's request with her and come this far because they were curious or because they felt guilty leaving everything for Senri, who was much younger than them? One of the mercenaries talked. On the receiving end of his fearful gaze was the pale-faced End, who was holding down his stomach. You also look pretty unwell today, Baron. Wouldn't it be better if you went back? I think the same too. But Rue will go even if she's alone. As her husband, I can't stay quiet. As her husband. Senri felt slightly impressed by End's willpower to continue acting even in a situation like this. To start with, it was no ordinary thing for End, who didn't want to die despite being literally dead already, to come this far while feeling unwell. This matter started for End, but coming here right now was Senri's selfishness. And she had anticipated that if she moved, End would also want to come with her. She felt a bit very sorry about it. It's love. I love Rue, so I followed her even though my stomach hurts this much. Because I love her. Oh. I got it. I got it already, Baron. But can you even fight like that? End declared something embarrassing while glancing toward Senri. She had vaguely realized it a long time ago, but, it looked like End was the outspoken type. Or rather, he must have not cared what Mr. Lazar and the others thought of him. But leaving the content of his declarations aside, she wanted him to be a bit quiet. Even though it was unquestionable from the atmosphere of the old castle that the enemy was lying in wait, Senri couldn't keep the tension up. End emphasized with a face that was completely drained of all color. He was pretending to be fine, but she could see his body stop from time to time, as if it was cramping. It must have hurt, as expected. Of course. But if you guys end up in danger, you should hurry up and run away, Mr. Lazar. If you guys die, my beloved Rue would be sad. My beloved Rue. End was strong, but Senri couldn't rely on him for this case. She sighed deeply and quietly rebuked End. Baron, be quiet for a bit. I love you. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The atmosphere of the old castle was clearly different from before. It wasn't a very bright place to start with, but if I had to say it, it's wrapped in such a terribly gloomy aura, that it almost made me feel better. If my stomach wasn't hurting, I might have started humming. But even if I'm tortured by the pain, I won't let my guard anymore. My lesser vampire instincts are already in combat mode. Senri's leading the way. Following her are Mr. Lazar and the mercenaries, and also me. Mr. Lazar and the guys will most likely be useless in this battle. That's why they're a wall. A wall that protects me and Senri from traps. I'd like to walk around in a way that avoids letting them die as much as possible, because Senri would be sad and I don't have any resentment towards them either, but our lives can't be replaced. They came this far while fully aware of the dangers, they must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Senri stopped in front of the main gate of the castle. Hesitation appeared on her face for only a second, but she instantly pulled out the sword at her waist and scratched the castle wall. Once horizontally, once vertically. The sharp scratches made in the form of a cross gave out a faint white glow. Perhaps I had a quizzical look on my face, as Senri looked at me and said slightly apologetically. It's a sign that I can't return alive. It will warn those that come after. I see. That's the heroic determination suitable for the Order of Death Knights, that put their lives on line to exterminate the undead. I'd like to compliment it as admirable, but as I've always loved reading, I know. Don't jinx it. That's what we call a death flag. Well. I'm already dead though. I look down on the heavy machete in my right arm. My stomach hurts, but I can at least swing it around to destroy death flags. I hesitate a bit, but I choose to simply shrug slightly. I will use every means possible to not let Senri be killed. That's it. I don't need a symbol of my determination. That already exists within me. I can hardly use my power. Sable's curse that I failed to absorb is probably connected to my bad condition. My physical strength and regeneration ability, my 5 senses and overall physical abilities are still the same, but the abilities that can be used actively aren't working that well. Dodgification, Cursed Flame, Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang and Silhouette are all impossible. I might be able to activate them if I risk my life and pour in all my power amidst the pain, but I really don't feel like trying it. Because of the constant pain, my concentration has also fallen. I take a deep breath and take my mind off the pain by only thinking about Senri. I'm sure Senri will give me a reward if we find out the cause well. Considering that, this level of pain is a piece of cake. I walk along the passageway of the castle that I've become so familiar with. Usually I walk in the front, but this time alone I'll only be a burden if I do that, so I can only leave it to Senri. Everything smells the same as usual. But the air I feel on my skin is different. We pass through the collapsed wall and descend to the underground passage. I was slightly expectant, but I didn't feel any presence of night crystals. We go deeper and deeper while being wary of surroundings. We reached a dead-end pathway. It was a place with a few big wooden boxes that also looked like storage. It's been a while since we've started visiting here, but no night crystal has appeared. By the way, I confirmed it when I first came here, but the wooden boxes were empty. I've heard that those were brought by Descend and then abandoned here. Senri checked the surroundings once and dragged the wooden boxes away. I peek at the stone floor that was exposed within illumination cast by the faint light of the torches Mr. Lazar and the others were holding. Certainly, when I look at it carefully, there's a gap between the slates. Anyone wouldn't be able to recognize it by looking at it a little bit. It doesn't smell either, so a vampire wouldn't notice it either. I can't exactly let Senri turn over the stone with her delicate white fingers. As I replace Senri and move to the front, I put it in my trembling fingers and forcibly turn over the slate. The stone audibly creaks. It's quite heavy, but it probably wasn't affixed. It might have been hard with a human strength, but if you turn one slate over and create a big gap, it wouldn't be difficult to detach the rest. I detach each one by one carefully. Hidden beneath the stone floor was an old black door. It's a trap. No doubt about it. Did Descend fill in this floor? Or did cover something that was originally exposed, as one would put a lid on something that smelled foul? Either way, this is troublesome. The door is tightly closed and no smell is leaking out either. I look at Senri's expression, but she also shakes her head. They have taken countermeasures. So the detection by the blessing also had a weakness, huh? Moreover, it's to be expected. We are in the basement of the cast of the former king of the dead. It would be strange if it couldn't do that much at least. However, even if there's nervousness on Senri's face, there's no fear. She has surely always fought battles like this. In that case, I can't afford to be scared. I hold out my hand to her. Senri hesitates for a bit but soon gives me the rusty key. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 109, Secret. There's a sound of wind. A door in the floor. What we found after opening it was darkness. The faint light Mr. Lazar and the others are holding can't clear up the darkness that's beyond the door. They most likely can't see what's on the other side of the door at all. But I, with eyes that can see through darkness, know. I feel the flow of the air while enduring the pain. Even further behind the door is a huge space. Moreover, it's a huge space that makes everything above the ground look like it's an add-on. It's deep. What's behind the door starts as a narrow passage for a bit and then widens into a vast space. It's a height that an ordinary human can't descend to without a ladder. Vampires have excellent spatial cognition. My five senses relayed to me a very foreign structure. Maybe calling it a three-dimensional maze would be more appropriate. The intense smell of dust lets me know that nobody has visited this place for a long time, but at the same time I can hear a sound too. Hey. What's in there? Lazar asked fearfully. I had a thought, this isn't something ordinary mercenaries can handle. It's been said that powerful undead use labyrinths that lead into the abyss as their strongholds. I can clearly understand the reason for that. This is the territory of an undead. Senri attained power beyond humans with the help of the blessing and training, but it would be quite difficult for her to continue fighting inside the dark labyrinth where she could be attacked from all sides. Senri, who had closed her eyes and probably stretched out the thread of her consciousness, shook her head with doubtful expression. There are no signs of undead. I see, as expected from the castle of the former king of the dead. Looks like their anti-death night measures are perfect. To start with, there's no way cunning necromancers would always stay one step behind. But my senses can't be deceived. I use all my might to focus my concentration, that's on the verge of being distracted from the pain. I can feel the presence of night crystals. It has the biggest presence out of all the crystals I've felt until now. I can feel my negative aura that couldn't be erased with the fragment of the crystal I had, being sucked in with unprecedented momentum. It's being sucked in. No way, the power. Is it gathering it? The moment I came to that thought, a noticeably stronger pain ran through my whole body. I crouched. And at the same time I felt Senri gasp. Don't dash. By the time Senri had shortly shouted, I was already moving. Since we've always been together, we have a telepathic understanding of each other. After I let Lazar, who was peeking in from behind, escape from being near the door by lightly pushing him behind, I threw myself inside the deep space beyond the door. Don't come. I won't die even if I'm slammed against a hard floor and turned into a blotch. I shout at Senri and focus on my consciousness. I immediately felt a presence. Something is climbing the wall at a high speed inside the darkness. It's not a living thing. But it's not undead either. Violent footsteps. The thing that was climbing the wall with the help of its long limbs was something I hadn't seen before. A black and smooth cylindrical body. It had no eyes, mouth or nose and was heading towards me with its sharp-clawed limbs. It had a terrifying speed, despite being so strangely shaped. Its center of gravity was extremely stable. Using such acrobatic movements with no disarray would be difficult even for skeletons who have no free will. From the looks of it, this object seems to know our location accurately despite lacking sensory organs. Behind me Senri shouts from outside the door. Golem. I search through my memories while in pain. Golem. I've heard about it. It's a living doll used by high-ranking mages. Even though it's getting closer and closer, I can hardly feel its presence. Neither the sound of its heart, the sound of its breathing and even its body temperature. I can only hear its footsteps. So the echoing footsteps from before came from this thing. I have confidence in my five senses, but I couldn't notice anything before it got close. Looks like, the presence detection ability of the vampires is specialized in living creatures. I blocked the sharp claws that were swung down like a whip from high above with my arms. The scorching pain that immediately runs through me makes me choke up. Now that I look at it closely, both claws on the golem are made of silver. It has been discolored to black and it's not the blessed silver like what Senri's using, but there's no doubt about it. Pain transmitted from Sable's curse and the pain from the purification disorient me. But my body moved according to the orders issued by my brain. My trembling hands gripped the blood ruler that hangs at my waist and I held it aloft with all my might. Golem's black body and my blade clashed violently and we were both blown away. Golem slammed against the wall. I'm also thrown violently away. In desperation, I stab the wall with my fingers and affix myself to not fall down. It's pretty hard. Looks like it's made of metal. I might have broken it if I was on the ground, I can't quite muster up my power midair. Golem hangs on the wall upside down, perhaps hooked with its claws, and jumps towards me with momentum. Its power and agility aren't anything special, but the pain is stopping me from moving smoothly. Also, silver is unfair. It probably won't be destroyed with a few blows, but it's far more troublesome than the army of the undead that only attacked relying on its numbers. I rebuke my soul, that's shaking from the pain, and move my arms, swinging it wildly like an amateur. A hard resistance. Golem got stuck in the wall with a high-pitched metallic sound. A violent sound resounded and shook the air. That was a critical hit. It had decent agility and stealth, but its skills and power weren't anything special. Even with a handicap yielded this result. The moment this bluff appeared in my mind, a dull impact ran through my whole body. I looked down. A thick arrow with a diameter of a few centimeters is stuck in my stomach. Senri calls my name. End. KH, everything's fine, no problems. Don't come. A sharp sound of the wind. The arrow came flying from the depth of the abyss, the labyrinth section. Looks like that golem was not alone. Is this the defense system of the castle that belonged to the king of the dead? I'll use it as a reference. I move my legs and knock down some arrows that come flying at me, but several of them still pierce my lower body. My clothes are in tatters again. But it looks like arrowheads don't have silver in them. I feel a dull impact, but the pain is cancelled out by the pain from Sable's curse, so I'm not so sure. It's a dilemma whether to add silver to it or not. But giving your own soldiers silver weapons can cause the worry of rebellion. That part's a delicate situation, I guess. I understand it after engaging with it in the fight. This golem is assuming Senri, a Death Knight, as its enemy. If it had taken any measures against the undead, it would have added silver to the arrowhead. However, unleashing a long-distance attack just because its posture crumbled in mid-air is too nasty. I want to regain my posture once, but I've fallen a lot. It would be difficult to climb the wall amidst the rain of countless arrows. I casually pull out the arrows that had pierced me and tell Senri. Look down for a bit. I pull out my fingers that were stuck into the wall and entrust myself to the gravity without a moment's delay. It's not that hard to fend off the arrows even when I'm in pain. In the worst case, I have to just avoid getting hit in the head. The bottom immediately becomes visible. As expected, it's quite a wide space. Stone walls and the floor that really make you feel their age. There are several golems, similar to the close-range type golem I just fought, at the bottom. However, there's a device attached to their hands that wasn't on the previous golem. That's a crossbow. It's a mechanical bow. It's a powerful weapon that's still actively used nowadays, even when guns have been invented. But, even if their arrows are enough to blow off a human's head, they're too weak to kill a sturdy lesser vampire. I periodically fend off the downpouring arrows, while sometimes taking the hit and land on the ground. My knees bend because of the pain from the curse. I make use of the power of the fall and accelerate. Absorbed in myself, I moved my body. By the time I noticed, the battle had already ended. There were countless golem remains on the floor. Golems were full of metal on the inside. I have no idea how these things were even moving. I crouch and pull out the arrow that was still stuck in my body. Blood that started flowing for a second is instantly stopped by my regeneration ability. I've escaped the predicament for the time being, but the numbers of the remains clearly don't match the numbers I've fought. Looks like I let some of them get away. I sigh deeply. Apparently, if my fighting spirit rises to the point of forgetting the pain, I end up losing my rationality too. It's not a very good tendency. Anyhow, I got the rough idea from the first match. This is a trap. I don't think they can prepare golems right away, so this is probably a trap that was prepared a long while ago. And this trap is made with Death Knights in mind. The arrowheads give out a strange smell. Seems like they were coated with poison. Senri shouldn't come out. There's a chance that she might die just from being grazed. The moment I tried to shout upwards, Senri came flying from the door above. Her silver hair swayed up and her amethyst-colored eyes shone quietly in the dark. She looked otherworldly beautiful. Senri landed without making any sounds and looked around the remains of the golems. I told you not to come. I left Mr. Lazar and the others behind. Looks like she's going to come no matter what. On the contrary, I didn't mind if Mr. Lazar and the others came. They might be useful as a wall. Senri held out her hand. Let's end it quickly and go back, end. It's a trap. The door is still open. Senri can fly and if I'm alert, I can deal with the attacks from the crossbow. The words I said with such implicit intentions were met with Senri's enchanting smile that I rarely saw. Then, protect me, end. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. High walls that were overly cautious against foreign enemies and a deep canal that was wrapped around the surroundings. Silver relief that's inlaid here and there. Looking at its exterior appearance, which had countermeasures one level above other big towns, the knight wrapped in silver armor groaned as if impressed. So this is where the decisive battle against that famous Mirage King took place, descend, huh? It's a weird place. Is the crystal really in a place like this, Keeper? The boorish blue-haired man standing next to him, Neville, turned around. The man who had spent his whole hunting vampires, still maintained his killing intent similar to a deeply rooted conviction despite losing the reason behind his nickname, said with the usual condescending smile. Kukuku. I will only work enough for the pay I got. The crystal suddenly spread among the intelligent undead and necromancers recently. The power of the crystal is irrelevant to us, ordinary people, we can't sense its aura. But, I can at least investigate its origin. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 110, Secret 2. It most likely appeared in the world in the last few years. Just like how Death Knights form groups, vampire hunters who generally move alone, also have a network. And this information network has a wider range than the Death Knights, who can directly sense the negative energy emitted by the undead. It didn't take much time for the rumors about the existence of a strange crystal that hid the presence of the undead to spread among vampire hunters. The trigger was when a lower-ranked undead a vampire hunter had defeated had the crystal. Its power, confirmed from analysis, was enough to overturn common sense and its origin was immediately investigated. Lufri frowned and said with a reproaching tone. Why, did you not immediately reveal the information to the Order? Kukuku, well, we had no definitive proof. We can't exactly give uncertain information to the renowned Order of Death Knights. After all, we are weak. Don't make me laugh. Neville turned his eyes, which held a glaring dangerous glint in them, towards Keeper. The Order of Death Knights and vampire hunters weren't hostile towards each other on the surface. However, they were not allies either. To start with, the Order was skeptical towards the existence of vampire hunters. For them, the general public is meant to be protected and the vampire hunters without the talent to control blessing are no different from the layman, no matter how much resentment they have towards the undead. And, the important part for vampire hunters, who seek their enemy solely using their knowledge, experience and information, because they can't sense the negative energy, night crystal, meant nothing to them. If they get their hands on a crystal, that brings a huge advantage to the undead, it can be used as bait to attract enemies. Taking all that into account, there was no vampire hunter who would give such information to their unmatched competitor, the Order of Death Knights. Nearby, Alber, who had lost her curse and most of her abilities, groaned, keeping Neville in check. Perhaps because of her natural disposition or because she spent too long cursed, Alber still maintained the fighting spirit of a savage dog. Her demeanor was also just like that of a beast and it probably wouldn't be long enough until she could resume her activities as a vampire hunter. Keeper walked through Death's End while tapping his cane. Neville, who was following behind, frowned at the waterways and the clean streets. Anyway, what's with this town? I've never seen a town with such blatant anti-vampire measures. To think that they'd even have garlic gathered. I've heard that the Mirage King belonged to the skeleton race, but, even towns that have been heavily damaged by vampires won't end up like this. Lufri also seemed to be feeling an indescribable feeling of incongruence. His face reflected his doubts. Looking at them, Keeper let out a chuckle. Well, you are the ones who have instructed them many times to take countermeasures. There's a limit to everything. People are shockingly dense to the invisible threats. That's why we warned them many times. But when I'm shown a model answer like this, I can't help feeling a strong sense of discomfort. Countermeasures are costly. It would cost huge amounts of money to cover the streets with waterways, to dig deep canals outside the walls and of course to decorate everywhere with silver. Death's End isn't a small town, but it's not a big city either. A town of this size having countermeasures to this extent is unprecedented on the world scale. Strong passion, somehow similar to deep-rooted delusion could be felt here. Then, Lufri asked Keeper, who kept moving with a cane, without any hesitation. Where are you going? To the mayor? Certainly, if they wanted to hear what was happening in the town, going to the mayor would be the best. The Order was a well-known organization. No matter how they might hate them, it was unlikely that they would be openly dismissed. But, Keeper raised the corners of his lips and said with a smile with his rugged bony cheeks raised. No. To a friend's place. Despite my appearance, I have a lot of acquaintances, skull and crossbones. Vampire hunting isn't a well-liked profession. They hunt vampires in exchange for a lot of money. They use all means, sometimes destroying buildings or letting ordinary people get injured in order to achieve their goals. Among them, there are those who went too far and got arrested as criminals. Of course, one of the reasons why they're not well liked is the fact that a heroic organization like the Order of Death Knights exists, but in order to kill a monster, one must become a monster themselves. It's a common unfortunate story. Therefore, vampire hunters all help each other. They have a network of people who have strong grudges against vampires and the undead. Keeper guided them to an inconspicuous underground bar. Its location wasn't very good, but its calm and chic interior somehow brought about the feeling of elegance and luxury. The lack of customers could possibly be attributed to the fact that it was still midday, but it was also probably because the prices of the alcohol and meals were much higher than average. But, the biggest characteristic of this bar was the lack of the smell of garlic. An elderly barkeeper with the calm atmosphere around him, raised his face at the sudden visitors and frowned after seeing Keeper. Having troubles, I see. You've sure made it big to have Death Knights accompany you, Keeper. Kukuku, don't scowl like that. I want information. And also, food without garlic. Garlic is enough as a weapon. A tavern that doesn't serve garlic, quietly standing in the town reeking of garlic. Vampire hunters are cowards. Unlike the Death Knights, they won't move openly. Lufri opened his eyes wide at their exchange. It was a well-known fact that vampire hunters were moving in an organized fashion, but it was unexpected that they would be even at the town which the Order had absolutely no interest in. When did you arrive in this town? Keeper sat down and answered. Decades ago, Death Knight. We are everywhere. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. What a formidable information network. LYFRY reevaluated the personal network of vampire hunters after his exchange with Keeper. Things wouldn't go this way with the Order. It was a matter of different suitability. The Order of Death Knights has authority, but at the same time it was also fair. The reason why vampire hunters haven't disappeared until now, is probably because there are a certain number of people who don't want to leave the enemy to third-party justice. Vampire hunters take a huge sum when they hunt vampires. Their clients pay a lot of money to have vampire hunters take revenge. Unlike, when making a request to the Order, the client would not be regarded as a bystander. As expected from having lived in this town for a long time, the barkeeper knew everything about it. The fact that the castle of the Mirage King had collapsed because of the earthquake and that it had unveiled what lay beyond the dungeon. The fact that the mayor had suddenly started to take countermeasures against vampires. And, the fact that undead had started to appear at the castle ruins and even the fact that the town had started to employ mercenaries to deal with them. Neville, who heard about the situation, said as if spitting out. Sounds fishy, why go to such an extent and not contact the Order of Death Knights? The current mayor is a mediocre man. He has some greed and ambitions, but he has no talent to fulfill them. Lufri frowned at the barkeeper's words. Understanding what was happening needed an investigation, but this wasn't a very good trend. These kinds of people usually had a feeling of aversion towards the Order of Death Knights. If that was all, it wouldn't be a problem, but if the Night Crystal was involved, it couldn't be overlooked. Keeper raised only his right eyebrow. There was the same unchanged darkness, reminiscent of emptiness in his eyes. If we shake up the mayor, he might spill something. Wait, we should first ask him peacefully. There was no way of knowing what a vampire hunter would do. The reason why Neville didn't look so interested was probably because he was thinking that Lufri was being lenient. Neville's temperament was closer to that of a vampire hunter's than that of a Death Knight. In response to Lufri's words, Keeper snorted and smiled. Lufri, looks like we are of the same opinion. Why don't we cooperate and peacefully shake him up? Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Suddenly I heard the sound of the gears turning. A metal door that can be seen high above. The wall in front of it is slowly moving. Looks like it was a wall with a mechanism. It's absolutely a trap. While enduring pain, I check on Senri, who's as calm as usual. Not like it matters, but Senri is overcoming a bit too many obstacles. She's reliable, but am I being selfish for thinking that I want to see her a little agitated too? The speed at which the wall is moving isn't that fast, but the ceiling is too high up. Even if I jump up now, I probably wouldn't be able to pass through the gap. I shout at Mr. Lazar and the others who should be above. Wait back at the town. We'll be right back. Okay, got I dash. The air trembles and the route to retreat is completely cut off. An almost complete darkness spreads around. The first thing I could think about is not what's deep in this underground palace, but rather, the route of retreat. I look up at the ceiling and calculate. Can we get out? Usually it would be normal to look for a new exit. But I'm a monster that's beyond human understanding. I don't know what will happen, but if I ignore the pain and forcefully use my power to transform into the big dog, I should be able to break the ceiling. If it's just made from stone, I can tear it open with my claws. No. Senri has photon delete inherited directly from Ape. That terrifying force accompanied by the physical destructive power should be able to accurately shoot through just the door. It's fine. If it's me, I can return Senri to the surface alive. My eyes can see through everything even in an almost perfect darkness. I ask Senri. Senri, can you see? Somehow, look, end. Looks like complete darkness isn't a problem either. I can't help wondering about what kind of training they use to create a night like this. Cerny points at the golem I killed. I don't know what she's pointing out, but as I drop my gaze down like I'm told, Cerny says in a quiet voice. This golem is made from a mineral that sucks in blessing. Something like that exists. Apparently, holy silver transmits blessing well. So it shouldn't be surprising that a substance would exist that sucks it in, but it was completely unexpected. It's a very rare mineral. Even what necromancers rarely have it. Look, this arrowhead too. They're completely going in for the kill. I don't know exactly what kind of power she has, but without blessing, Senri is just a beautiful kind girl. But the arrow had no effect on me. My wounds have already healed too. The living and the dead. A death knight and a vampire. It seems impossible to take countermeasures for both of us at the same time. Looks like I have to properly concentrate and protect her. Senri said to me, who had just resolved myself on my own, with a serious expression. Also, this golem isn't that old. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 111, Secret, 3. Just as I could see even from above the door, the underground portion was surprisingly wide and intricate. Countless pathways were connected to a wide cavity. Golems seem to still be here. There's the sound of the footsteps, but because we're fully enclosed, the sound is echoing, making it hard to tell the direction they're coming from. The constant sharp pain that ran through my whole body had somewhat subsided after I fell into the darkness. It's probably because being surrounded by darkness slightly raised my powers. This pain might be something like the result of a tug of war between me and Sable. That being said, just moving is still bothersome, but I can't afford to get exhausted. Even in a desperate situation like this, Senri was calm. I can't show myself in a pathetic state in front of her, and since she told me to protect her, I have to hold out. Senri's skin is faintly glowing. It's a quiet light that doesn't give out heat. The light is very faint because she's not wearing very revealing clothes, but maybe she'll be shining from the tips of her toes to the top of her head if she took off her clothes. Perhaps noticing my gaze, Senri says quietly. Oxygen is scarce, in the basement. You might be fine, but I'm substituting it by circulating blessing. As expected from an anti-undead specialist. She's thinking well about things I don't even notice. While impressed, I ask something I'm the most curious about. Will it dissolve if I touch it? I've made it so it won't dissolve. But you can't touch it. It won't dissolve, but I'm still not allowed to touch it. I see. I could see Senri frown at me, as I was nodding, convinced, while in the darkness. And, you are, too curious. I want to touch it. The next time I'm receiving blood, I'll definitely have her shine. I switch the direction of my thoughts. The fact that the golem isn't old means that somebody has been going in and out of here. I wonder how difficult is it to manufacture golems. That would decide the enemy's capabilities, but if they're on the same level as the ones that have appeared this time, I'll manage somehow. To start with, it was expected from the presence of the trap that some kind of conspiracy was at work. The only question is, who exactly is this other person? According to Senri, the mayor seemed to be just an ordinary human. Senri was called during daytime and the current Senri is also taking night crystal into consideration, so I doubt she'd make an error of judgment regarding that. But, this underground palace, this labyrinth-like space, is far too inconvenient for humans to make use of. And in fact, there's no smell of a human other than Senri coming from deep underground. There seem to be quite complicated circumstances. While looking down on golems, Senri tells me, who's lacking in knowledge. It absorbs the power and tears it up. An evil warding steel almost out of production, at least currently. It's not entirely made out of it, but still, it's been a while since I've seen one. Now that I think about it, the undead that Horus controlled, didn't have it either. If he had something as terrifying as a metal that devours blessing, he definitely would have used it. Even if it seems to be quite a rare object. And, how powerful must the owner of this labyrinth be to have even equipped not-so-strong golems with it? Then, Senri added on. She said while pointing at blood ruler I was holding. And, your machete is made of a small amount of evil-warding steel and adamant. That's why it can cut down wraiths and why it can remain unyielding even if you exchange blows with a weapon made of holy silver. In other words, it's a good weapon. It also has a curse on top of it. An ordinary human most likely wouldn't be able to wield it. Now that I think back after being told so, the sturdiness of this machete is pretty remarkable. I've gotten various things until now, but after surviving fierce fights with Albertus and Reno, the only things that still maintain their forms are my body and this machete. As expected from the weapon the Lord had prepared for himself. I'll cherish it. After she stopped talking, Senri took a deep breath and closed her eyes. And, I unintentionally opened my eyes wide. Light emanating from her silver hair spread like a veil. It's a faint light I wouldn't be able to notice if we were outside with even a little light. It's because we're in complete darkness that I could barely notice it. The light undoubtedly originated from the blessing that Undead hated, but even when it touched me, I didn't feel any pain or impact. I can hear the sound of her heartbeat, her pulse. Senri opened her eyes and said in a quiet voice. Her breathing was disordered to the point that I wouldn't be able to notice it if I wasn't paying attention to it. It's very complicated terrain. There are a lot of golems too. This will be troublesome. I see, so this light is the true identity of Senri's perception. I didn't notice it until now, but she must have released it frequently until now too. And if I look closely, I can also see that light is only distorted around the machete I'm holding. Senri's words were uncharacteristically timid. She hardly changed her attitude even when she was seriously wounded in a battle with Albertus. Can I perhaps take this as a sign of her trust? The pain that was slightly tormenting my whole body calms down. I'm getting motivated. Darkness is my domain. The practical use of the blessing goes without saying, but it's not a good match for the monster that's targeting somebody who claims to be a former Death Knight. Senri carefully takes a step forward. I stretch out my arm and poke her glowing neck with my fingertip. Unusually enough, her small back trembles and Senri turns towards me. She wore a gloomy expression, as if reproaching me for my prank. What? It's a gimmick floor. There's something there. I can see it. I can really see it. I can feel that I've gone another level up. No, I should say that I've gotten more used to this vampire body of mine once again. I get on all fours and lie flat low on the ground. A carefully carved floor. Smell. Color. Darkness is on my side. It's a different color. Senri, you can't see it. To me, the world looks like daytime no matter how dark it is. Even discerning colors is easy. But, Senri's eyes most likely don't see that much. She's only grasping the situation around us with the help of the power of blessing. The power of Death Knights is terrifying, but it's not almighty. That's why she didn't notice the door under the boxes until she was told by the mayor. Well, I didn't notice it either though. There's a large hall before my eyes. I can clearly see that some parts of its floor are of a different color. There's some unevenness to it too. It's probably a switch. This is a trap to kill Death Knights. The light of perception by the blessing that Senri emits is in disarray here and there. Even if she might be able to grasp the rough outline of the space, she wouldn't be able to know the exact situation. My weapon and the evil warding steel mixed in with the broken remains of the fallen golems are hindering her perception. The switch on the floor is most likely also made from the same metal. I crawled closer to the switch and gently pushed it with my hand. The switch moved slightly. There was a sharp sound and an arrow came flying seemingly out of nowhere. I reached out and grabbed it by force just as it was about to pass over my head. The arrowhead is made from evil warding steel. Now that it's been pointed out, its luster is slightly similar to my machete. I look at the strange-smelling arrowhead and carefully touch it with my tongue. The taste buds of lesser vampires that evolved from a flesh men are quite tolerant. I feel a comfortable tingling sensation. I break the arrow in two and put the arrowhead in my pocket. I say, hoping to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. It's poison. Death Knights are too strong, so countermeasures against them are also strong. From the perspective of somebody as fragile as me, it's a big nuisance. And, you can't go scavenging for food like that. That's why you end up with an upset stomach. It's because you don't give me much blood, Senri. Your mealtime is just too long. Skull and crossbones. The labyrinth had such an odious shape that even Senri scowled. True darkness with not a single glimmer of light. There is pretty much no air around. There are even evil warding steel that interrupted the perception through blessing. Also, golems that attack from within the darkness. It's just a mass of malice that ordinary mercenaries would never be able to resist. Descent has taken relentless countermeasures against vampires. However, I can feel a strong determination to kill Death Knights from this castle. I was impressed with the ingenuity of my seniors. I see, so I can protect myself from Death Knights if I build this kind of castle. But when I build my castle, I'll use more countermeasures. Countermeasures that would be able to repel a pair made up of a vampire and a Death Knight. The underground labyrinth could broadly be divided into countless pathways, rooms and doors. Thick metal doors were not only in front of the rooms, but also in the middle of pathways and hindered the intruders in their tracks. They weren't locked, so they were probably more used for increasing blind spots for an ambush. The curse of a vampire is unique. I can't enter somebody else's home without permission. One of the criteria for determining that juncture is a door. Now that I think about it, the reason why I was able to enter the door to the underground space may have been because the master of this underground palace had invited me. The door of the labyrinth made me feel very much like I shouldn't go inside. Doors have a little effect on me as a lesser vampire, but without Senri, I'd be very exhausted. However, Senri solved all that. After opening the door and checking the safety inside, Senri invites me inside. And, come in. Curses are really unfathomable. For instance, when I'm crossing flowing water, I lose almost all my vampire powers, but in a bath they only weaken. Maybe it's better if I don't look for too much logic in it. The pain that was eating away at my soul had changed into something that was accompanied by a fever. My head feels dizzy like how I felt long ago when I caught a cold. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. And, you're very helpful. Senri sure is nice. The fact that I'm being relied on cheers me up. I cut the golem that falls from the ceiling in two with my machete. I can now repel golems that used to surprise me at first, like an assembly line system. I wonder if Mr. Lazar and the others retreated properly. The underground labyrinth is intricate and I don't know what's what, but the destination is steadily getting closer. I open my eyes and glare at the wall, in the direction where I feel the presence from. I can feel it. We're almost there, it's the presence of an extremely large night crystal. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 112, Secret, 4. Death Knights have transcended humanity. Purification with blessing is a deadly weakness for the undead, who surpass humans in all areas. However, even without that, Death Knights, who contain an extraordinary amount of blessing, which is life energy itself, are much more powerful than ordinary humans. Then, what about vampire hunters? Unlike Death Knights, vampire hunters don't have any unusual powers. They would undoubtedly have become Death Knights if they had the talent to control blessing. Thus, most vampire hunters are ordinary humans compared to Death Knights. However, that doesn't mean they cannot fight against humans as well. The driving force of vampire hunters is fanaticism. They need madness to hunt a monster as a human, and they need diligent training as well as good luck to survive. For the Order of Death Knights, humans are meant to be protected. But for vampire hunters, humans are simply opponents that are easier to deal with than monsters they usually fight. We, vampire hunters, are avengers sent on behalf of the poor powerless victims. Of course, I cannot deny that there are some who take it as a hobby in business, though. A room in the town hall. Keeper said, straddling the unconscious guards. In contrast to his joyful tune, his eyes were clouded. Being stared at by his eyes reminiscent of the abyss, the mayor of Descend, who was sitting on the floor, slid back. He was an old man with a good physique. One's appearance and their abilities aren't necessarily connected, but just like the collaborator from the bar had said, the mayor didn't look like the sharpest tool in the shed. There was nothing special about the skills of the guards that were protecting the mayor either. If the information given by their collaborator was true, there was no doubt that the mayor knew something. But, he was way too poorly guarded. Neville, who was carefully observing him with narrowed eyes until now, admonished Keeper. Keeper, I'm sure we said to go in peacefully. That is exactly right, Sir Death Knight. I hold no grudge against this person. The eyebrows of the mayor, who couldn't even stand out of fear, twitched. Keeper leaned over to his side and met his gaze. Keeper was tall and lean. Even when he bent over, he still ended up looking down on the small-statured mayor. Mayor looked up at the quiet eyes that were directed at him and shouted while trembling. What is it? That's why, this isn't due to my feelings. It's just my clients, who hold strong grudges against vampires that it scorches their souls. They are the ones who want this. So, don't resent me. The cane Keeper held in his right hand fell to the ground. Bony fingers wrapped in leather gloves grabbed the mayor's neck. Keeper stood up while holding his neck. He squeezed his trachea and the mayor let out a crushed voice like that of a frog. Keeper had terrific power. A lean man lifting a large adult with a single hand was beyond the power of a human being. Lufri gasped and the beast-like girl stared at him attentively. Kukuku, you see, what my clients desire is not to uphold justice. They want me to take as much time as possible and inflict as much suffering as possible. To kill vampires and those who side with them. I'm getting paid for that. Keeper. Lufri grabbed his arm. Keeper slightly lowered his voice. But there was no change in the light shining in his eyes. But I'm never able to sufficiently fulfill that request. After all, unlike Death Knights, if a human like me gives them leeway even for a second, I'll end up killed. That's why, Mayor, when I'm against humans, I'm balancing the accounts. The mayor scratched the hand that was holding his neck, but the hand with the vice-like grip did not even budge. Keeper's whispering voice entered the ears of the mayor, who opened his eyes wide. Spit it out. As slowly as possible if you like. I wouldn't mind if you want to die suffering. It pains my heart, a lot in fact, but, that's right. My dear clients will surely be very satisfied. Skull and crossbones. You overdid it, Keeper. Kukuku. I wonder. I thought you all were my seniors in cornering the undead by any means. The expert vampire hunter laughed at Lufri, who was rebuking him. However, dwelling behind his seemingly calm was true madness. Keeper was serious through and through. They had come to hear the mayor out, but Keeper was fine with killing him. Although he knew the possibility of the mayor just being the victim, he didn't loosen his hand at all. Madness that turns vampire hunters into what they are. That was a human that had become a monster in order to hunt other monsters. If necessary, the man in front of them would attack without hesitation even if it was against Death Knights. Neville scowled and said as if spitting out. Don't lump us together with you. We only use all our means when the opponent is not human. The Order of Death Knights would never abandon humans without a good reason. Among cunning vampires and high-ranking undead, there were those who would hide their identities and use humans as pawns. Death Knights would kill those who stood in their ways without hesitation, but they would save those who they could save. Death Knights would never kill humans for the sake of killing them. Keeper frowned at Neville's words and nodded seriously. That's to be expected. If the Order ended up like us, we'd go bankrupt. Tisk. We've achieved our goal. The mayor is alive. What's the problem? Albert, who had been silent until now, raised a frosty voice at Neville, who clicked his tongue. Her adult-like tone, unsuited for her age, harbored dark emotions just like Keeper. Lufri looked at the town hall they had just exited. Perhaps because he was frightened by Keeper's words or because he was smart enough to feel the seriousness in Keeper's voice, the mayor easily gave up the information before undergoing any proper torture. Lufri sighed while ruminating about the scene of the interrogation. The basement of the castle, it was the mistake of the old order. It had always been a known fact that the king of the dead had an ace up his sleeve. The reason why they didn't destroy the castle was probably partly because they wanted to effectively use the building, but also because the Order of Death Knights from that time couldn't afford to spare that much resources. It was still fine in the present age, but Lufri had heard that in the past, there were a lot of necromancers. That the Order's side wasn't as dominant as it is now. During the interrogation, Lufri and the rest were only watching from behind, but the mayor's expression didn't look like somebody who was lying. However, they couldn't get all the information out of him. They found out that there was a night crystal in the basement. But the flow of the conversation was accompanied by an indescribable sense of incongruity. For example, they didn't get a completely satisfying answer to the question about why they didn't call for the order. Not all humans think logically, but hiring mercenaries as a stopgap measure was a foolish decision, no matter how one thought about it. And, Keeper, who took extremely drastic measures, did not strongly pursue the matter. Keeper was looking at the air with hazy eyes, but he suddenly turned towards Lufri and asked. Well then, what are we going to do now? Keeper was on the hired side this time. Vampire hunters generally don't move unless they take a request. It must be some kind of stopper for them, who use their hatred for vampires and their madness as weapons. Call for reinforcement. Keeper furrowed his eyebrows at the young knight's swift decision. Kukuku, not a bad move. So you're scared. Either praise me or insult me, choose one. I don't intend to die, but if I die before sending information to headquarters, everything will be over. He would destroy them at any cost. Neville's eyes were blazing with fighting spirit, but his words were very calm. The Order of Death Knights had gradually refined its tactics over the course of the long battle against the undead. Its members were all weathered warriors, but that wasn't enough to beat undead who had no set lifespan. It was the castle of the former king of the dead. Its basement was undoubtedly a death trap. In that case, they should challenge it to a battle with the same determination of turning it into an empty plot of land, like when they killed the Demon King in the past. Or what? Do you have a better idea as a vampire hunter? Cuckoo. I obey, my clients. As long as I can get paid. Keeper slightly shrugged at Luffy's straightforward question. Besides, I went out of my way to give the mayor some time. I must have him dance or... There, Alber vigorously raised her face. She looked in one direction with a beastly gaze. Under the strong sunlight, on the other side of her gaze was a man that looked like a merchant. He was wearing a turban made for a long journey and a cloak. However, if one observed him for a little bit, they would be able to see that his eyes were too sharp to belong to a merchant. Luffy narrowed his eyes. The man exhaled violently, letting out a trembling voice. How easygoing. It's because, of your FF friends, that I'm having so much trouble. What, do you mean? The man didn't answer Luffy's question. Instead of answering, the man's body trembled. His body that swelled up from the inside, tore the traveling clothes made from the durable cloth. His bone structure changed, bristles grew on his body in an instant and his mouth tore to his cheeks. His limbs swelled, ears appeared on him and his fiery tongue licked his fangs. By that time, Luffy's group had already assumed a fighting position and Keeper had moved to the back. A werewolf, in the middle of town like this? Werewolves. They are the underlings of the vampires and demonic beings, who are sometimes even more troublesome to deal with than vampires themselves. They aren't undead, therefore it's hard to detect them, they don't have any deadly weaknesses and can also move freely even during mornings. However, ever since Ancestor Lycus, who possessed the ability to create them, perished, their numbers had gradually decreased. The passers-by who noticed the appearance of the monster screamed. The werewolf told Luffy's group, who faced him with swords and maces in their hands, without attacking. Since when have Death Knights started to team up with V-vampires? The werewolf kicked the ground with all his might. Not to attack Luffy's group, but to run away. His physical abilities were enhanced after transforming. It surpassed that of even beasts. They hurriedly chased after the werewolf, who had turned his back, but even the second-class knights would have trouble killing a werewolf intent on running away without any prior preparation. The werewolf disappeared in the blink of an eye, not even paying attention to the many prey around him. Glaring at his direction, Neville said with a trembling voice. A death knight with a vampire, you say? The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 113, Secret, 5. Almost there. I follow the presence and proceed cautiously. It was a lot of work to advance through the gloomy labyrinth while avoiding the assailants. Even more so, when I had to do it while enduring the pain from Sable's curse that's been tormenting my whole body. I somehow managed to keep my consciousness that was on the verge of disorganizing from the pain. The labyrinth was really vast, with many hidden traps. What makes this underground labyrinth actually kind of difficult is that it's three-dimensional instead of two-dimensional. There are secret openings and narrow passages here and there on the high ceiling and the assailants are also attacking from there. On the contrary, there's also a chance that at the end of those passages is what we're looking for. If I didn't have the ability to detect the night crystal, I wouldn't be sure if there even was a goal. The castle of the Mirage King was on top of a steep cliff. It would be hard to create a vast labyrinth in its basement unless you used the legendary space-distorting magic. The multi-layered underground labyrinth must have been the solution for that. It's not very convenient, but golems won't complain, and well, ordinary undead wouldn't grumble about it either. But, it's the identity of this enemy I'm curious about. There's no way the defense mechanism from when Mirage King was alive would still be in place. As expected, too much time has passed and we should think that we fell for a trap. If you think about it logically, it's the mayor of Descend, the person who hired Mr. Lazar's group and revealed the existence of this place to Senri, who's the most suspicious. However, as I also felt earlier, this trap and the underground labyrinth aren't something a human could make. Senri was silent for a while after my question and said quietly. The undead created by necromancers generally can't use magic. But I can use it though. Besides, vampires do have mana. I only learnt small magic that could be used in everyday life myself, but it's still magic. Besides, if I remember right, vampires are strong against curses and combat magic because of the enormous amount of mana within them. Senri answered my question quietly. They only just have it. It might be the source of their resistance and powerful physical abilities, but it can't be transformed into the phenomena of magic. You are special. I see. For safety, huh? Necromancers are cautious. And the advantage the masters have over the undead with strong physical abilities and immortality is magic. I did think that it was strange. The definition of the King of the Dead is a necromancer that evolved into a special undead. Then, what exactly does that special mean? Why isn't a powerful undead who grew through continuously evolving called the King of the Dead? At first, I thought it referred to the undead who had special curses like Curse Steel. But that probably isn't the only condition. If that was enough, there would be more Kings of the Dead. The answer to that is necromancy. When we first met, Sable saw me use necromancy and her expression changed. I'm sure the special undead are the undead that can use necromancy. And I'm also pretty positive that ordinary undead can't acquire necromancy later in life. Vampires are already resistant towards necromancy. There's no way of knowing how long the authority of absolute orders will work on them. If vampires, who have all the time in the world, acquire magic, they would also be able to take off the shackles that had been put on them. There's no way their masters would allow that. Yes. Intelligent undead might bite at their masters, so the necromancers limit their ability to learn magic. I don't have those kinds of shackles, probably because the Lord intended to use my body. With all kinds of fortunes overlapping, I'm here right now. I cut off the arrow released by the golem with a clear sound. In the darkness, the poisoned arrow rolls on the ground. Senri says with a serious voice. That's only released for the most trusted retainers. I've already lost count of how many golems I've destroyed. Golems that attack in the darkness are neither strong nor weak. But that's only from my perspective. If these golems teamed up and attacked the town, a small town wouldn't be able to deal with them. I'm not knowledgeable about the golems, but they would have to be quite a powerful spellcaster to create this many golems and control them. In other words, it's a troublesome enemy, huh? The longer they live, the stronger and smarter the undead become. I don't like this. I don't particularly hate fighting. It's because it makes me feel alive. However, I like fights that I can win, and I'd like to avoid mortal combats like what I've had until now as much as possible. If my opponent is both smart and strong, it'd be different from the enemies I've fought until now. I have Senri with me this time, but the enemy is taking countermeasures against Death Knights, so thinking about the worst-case scenario, I might have been more relieved if she wasn't here. I wonder if even undead can learn healing magic. As I was silently pondering, Senri added. You're already smart and troublesome enough though, and I want to drink blood. Despite my looks, I'm walking while enduring the pain. Even I'm surprised at the fact that I can move this well. I feel like patting my own back. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. I try and say it with a cheerful voice. Let's resolve this quickly and go back to the inn so I can get blood. This is my driving force. I glanced at Senri's face and saw her sigh slightly. This means it's a-okay. I'm suddenly more motivated. It's self-interested, and when I'm like this, even pain becomes somewhat enjoyable. I slightly straighten my spine and walk faster. Anyway, this is a really intricate labyrinth. No matter how wide it is, there should be a limit, but I can't seem to reach the night crystal that's supposed to be right around the corner. If the presence was behind the wall, I would destroy the wall to advance, but that's not the case either. Just how wide is this place? I'm still fine because I love miasma, but it would be a heavy burden for the Senri, a human, to stay at this place with hardly any oxygen for long. I stop. Senri, who was following behind me while being cautious of the back, also stopped without bumping into me. And I strongly slam blood ruler against the floor. I close my eyes. I ignore the pain and feel the sound, vibrations, the impact and the tremors in the air. My sense of smell is the best out of my 5 senses because I ate Albertus, but it's not like my other senses are dull. It's a hastily learned trick, but it has a high physical performance, so it'll work out somehow even if I do it casually. The information rushes into my brain that's writhing in pain. And I open my eyes. How strange. This labyrinth doesn't seem that wide. I roughly know its structure. The paths are certainly complicated, but it's not wide enough to walk around for so many hours. No, to start with, it's absolutely strange that we can't reach the night crystal. As I frowned, I heard a gruff voice in my mind. The labyrinth of deterrence. There seems to be something they really want to hide. It's the Lord's voice. The Lord inside of me is speaking to me. The labyrinth of deterrence. The barrier of confusion. It's the magic the Lord used to conceal his base. If I remember right, its effect was to make the intruders lose their way unless they had guidance. In other words, we were made to walk in circles. I was drawing the map inside my brain while enduring the pain. I was confident that I wouldn't get lost, but if there's magic involved, it's all over. The Lord is useful sometimes. It's no use, Senri. Looks like it's the labyrinth of deterrence, and it had a barrier of confusion. I see. We need to either break the origin of the spell or find a guide. It is foolish to destroy the source of the barrier underground. It will collapse. It's foolish to destroy the source of the barrier underground. It'll collapse. Foolish. I see. Senri's excitement slightly fell compared to before. I'm not the one who said it. It was the Lord. But I also think that it's foolish. I mean, if the basement collapsed, I'd be fine, but Senri would die, and if I was the spellcaster, I'd prepare a trap to bury others alive if the source of the barrier was destroyed. Stop following the presence for the time being. Check the surroundings, end. Looks like the Lord has something on his mind. Did the Lord, who always only appeared when I was in trouble and disappeared after saying something useless, have a change of heart? Since I didn't have any hints, I checked the surroundings as instructed by the Lord inside my mind. Perhaps noticing that my demeanor changed, Senri silently went along with me. I opened the door, climbed the ceiling and checked the stairs leading further back. There are golems and traps everywhere. But as I thought, I'm encountering golems the most when I'm getting closer to the night crystal. I'm sure I'd reach it easily if not for the barrier. After a few dozen minutes of investigation, around the time when I was getting bored despite bracing myself, the Lord in my brain spoke up. I see. As expected from the King of the Dead, it is complex. I see. As expected from the King of the Dead, it's complex. Did you find out something? Looks like the Lord in my brain sensed something that the clever Senri can't understand. The only thing I understood is the fact that it must have been very difficult to create this big underground labyrinth. As I blinked and waited for the next line, the Lord said with a somewhat amused voice. Fool! Just what have you been looking at? Have you not noticed? This underground labyrinth itself is a three-dimensional magic circle, 4 rituals. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 114, The Mirage King. Three-dimensional magic circle. I chow over those words inside my mind. I'm pretty much an amateur when it comes to magic. I read the grimoire and somehow learned several magic that I could use in everyday life, but none that I've learned could be used for combat. Partly because punching is faster, but also because powerful combat magic is originally kept a secret. Also, there was no combat magic at the level that would make me want to go out of my way to learn it among the grimoires that Senri gathered. You can't learn powerful magic unless you ask a magician mentor to teach you. You also need to have a disposition for it. Therefore, despite the existence of the miracle that is magic, science and technology has flourished. The only magic I've learned over many days is the most elementary out of all elementary levels, the magic that can be activated just by myself. However, magic is originally something that's exercised through the use of multiple tools, catalysts or rituals. Magic circle. I've heard the term before. It's one of the rituals used to exercise powerful magic. It's my first time hearing the term three-dimensional magic circle, but judging from its name, I'm sure it's three-dimensional. Because of Sable's curse, my head and body hurt so much it feels like I'm being torn apart. The only reason I'm not crying yet is because I'm just acting tough. The Lord, who still doesn't relay the information clearly despite the situation I'm in, deserves to be destroyed. Senri frowns at the Lord's words that pass through my mouth. Three-dimensional, magic circle. Why yeah. Basically, it's a three-dimensional magic circle. It's three-dimensional. So, you mean? Senri still doesn't know that the Lord is inside me. She's suspicious because the Lord isn't relaying the information properly. In order to buy time, I look around the surroundings and pretend to investigate. The Lord, who was freely bustling about in all directions, laughed. The spellcaster is quite strong. However. The Mirage King made a mistake. I want to split him in half with the machete. Looks like I have more studying to do. I should think of some ways to improve. Now that I think about it, I've been always fighting ever since I started traveling with Senri. I wanted to pretend to stagger and hug Senri to buy time, but I can't do that when golems keep attacking us. Senri kept staring at me, waiting for me to finish my words. In other words, everything might be the Mirage King's fault. I see. Senri's gaze is chilly because of this worthless ghost. It was my mistake to try and earn her favorable impression by using the Lord's words. The Lord, who's all bones, cackles. Kukuku. And, look carefully. There are already very few spellcasters who can put together a magic circle of this quality. This is a necromancy that was once called reincarnation. Reincarnation necromancy. What an indescribably eerie sequence of words. But, I was resurrected through necromancy in the first place. Wouldn't that also be called reincarnation? I'm not alive though, in a way. If this underground passage itself is a magic circle, it's quite large. The Lord's mansion was wide, but it still doesn't come close to this place. I've heard that the power of the magic increases in proportion to the scale of its preparation. So, what do I have to break? Should I destroy the magic circle? Should I return Senri to the surface and destroy the basement? Hey! What should I do to go home quickly? Fool! This circle is already overflowing with sufficient power, the power of the dead. If you destroy it carelessly, you might end up annihilated. Senri, you can't destroy it. The power of the dead is already gathered at this magic circle, you absolutely can't destroy it. You might be thinking that we should break it for the time being, but you absolutely can't do it. Endure it. Well then, I made sure to warn Senri. Senri cut off the golem's arrow that was fired from who knows where with her sword. There was a lot of force put into it. But, that's right. I've thought up a quick solution. First, we return to above ground. We'll blow away the castle's basement with Senri's photon delete from far away. The power of the dead might go rampant and explode, but we'll be doing it from far away, so we'll be fine. The castle will disappear, but Dessen shouldn't have any complaints either. All we have to do is act innocent and leave. It's a pity that I won't get a spare night crystal, but, well, I'll give up on it. KH. And, it is those who come with the brute force approach that are the most terrifying. Whatever the circumstance might be, have you no pride as somebody who has inherited my wisdom? Even I have an adventurous spirit, but right now I want to quickly go home and get blood from Senri. I can't reach the night crystal that's supposed to be nearby, my stomach hurts, my back hurts, my head also hurts, and Senri's still in danger, so my excitement has dropped to its limits. To start with, the Lord's speeches are too long. In other words, he's self-righteous. He doesn't look at his surroundings, and that's why he was betrayed by me and Rue. I want him to explain in a way that even idiots could understand. As I silently sent him my thoughts, the Lord sighed deeply, perhaps finally giving up. And, this is a magic circle of reincarnation. It gathers the power of the dead and forcibly changes the curse of the undead. That's the kind of spell this is. Say he finally got to the essence of the matter. It forcibly changes the undead. The Lord used a curse to change my human corpse into an undead that moves with the power of death. What does he mean by further changing the undead? The only monsters that have appeared so far are golems, with no undead to be seen. As I frowned and measured the timing of relaying this to Senri, the Lord snorted amusingly. This is the formation, for turning the curse of the skeleton into the curse of the fleshman. I would say that at present this castle is the place of the ritual. That is why I said it that the Mirage King made the wrong choice. The Lord shrugged. But I can't understand what the Lord said. Changing skeletons into fleshmen. Why? Senri has certainly said before that the Mirage King belonged to the skeleton race. But, would the undead, who evolved so much that he earned the title of the Demon King, have any reasons to change himself? From the Lord's words, it can be inferred that the very purpose for why this castle was built was the ritual. I certainly did think it was strange. It said that the Mirage King had the power to hide his presence from the Death Knights. In that case, even if he was targeted by the Order of Death Knights who found out the location of his castle, running away shouldn't have been that difficult. He's different from me, who's still being pursued despite continuously running away. Nevertheless, the Demon King was killed in this castle. I don't know anything about that era, so it might have been the matter of the Order of Death Knights being too strong, but it's hard to imagine that the Demon King that commanded an army couldn't even run away. However, before I could think more about it, the Lord looked ahead towards the direction of the night crystal and said something unbelievable. End. The magic circle is still working. The ritual still hasn't ended. He's going to come back to life, the Dark King who reigned over the old world. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. That king truly had the divine appearance like the night itself. He had a jet-black body that devoured the light. His bone body, however, did not exude any sort of weakness and had the majesty similar to a large tree that had lived for millenniums. While there was not even a fragment of life in him, his existence possessed the transcendence characteristic for those whose time had stopped for eternity. Far beyond the skeleton evolution. The mage who acquired power in exchange for his flesh. The king of the death, who swallowed the light and lived in a standstill time. Night closer. There is hardly anybody else left who knows that in reality, that mage, who was called the Mirage King and feared by all humans and demons alike, hadn't let go of his humanity. It was a mistake. No matter how much I despised humans, I should not have cast away my flesh. His words were very dry. That was most definitely the side effects of reaching the realm of gods as a human. He lost his flesh, he lost his life, and he lost his greed. His right arm, who had followed him for a long time. The Night Lich created from his power would also have no ways of understanding the heart of God. A created undead would have no way of understanding what lay in the heart of the demon god, that was once a human. I understand how you feel. However, you are as close to the night as possible. There is nothing beyond. There is hate created by the curse, but I do not understand the reason for it. I cannot be fulfilled. Ah, there was nothing we aimed for, in complete stagnation. The army of the dead that was created by the enormous mana only existed to relieve that king's boredom. Even if he had memories, he had no feelings. The only thing remaining was power. The Night Lich could not do anything about the king's lament. I have no other choice but to discard my body and retrieve it. Before I'm degraded into a mere phenomena. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 115, The Mirage King, 2. Kukuku, how stupid. How stupid of them, Albert. That they would fall for such an obvious trap. The weakness of the Order of Death Knights is their nobility. They are strong against the enemies, but too soft on their allies. It's beyond help, Keeper laughed. Albert, walking next to Keeper who was using a cane, didn't reply. The sun had set and the sky was wrapped in a dim light. The undead became active at night. Even if neither of them would turn into ashes the moment they were exposed to the sunlight like vampires, the gap between their abilities during the day and night was quite large for the most demonic beings. The werewolf that appeared during the day. His words and the actions were clearly a trap. To start with, he had no intentions of even hiding it when he ran away without attacking properly. It was too obvious. Now that Lycus, the source of the curse that could create werewolves, was dead, demonic beings such as werewolves became rather rare. The fact that somebody is using him means that whoever's backing him up is quite powerful. But Lufri's group didn't chase after him. On the contrary, they even gave up on Night Crystal and switched over to dealing with the Death Knight teaming up with the vampire that the werewolf spoke about. Everything went as the enemy wanted. Furthermore, they were acting while aware of this, so they were even more ill-natured. Next, Keeper remembered the young man he had fought once and laughed. Kukukukuku, being the enemy of humanity, must be truly hard, and Fermet. To think that you would be treated as a nuisance even by your kin. I'll kill him. There weren't many Death Knight who would team up with vampires. Albert, who had her curse stolen, spat in a subdued voice at Kanushi, which was laughing with his eyes narrowed. Keeper didn't know why End would be at a place like this, but he was almost sure that he had most likely followed the Night Crystal. What a strange coincidence it was. End was strong. The common strategy up to now wouldn't work on a vampire with a human rationale. In addition, that young man was still immature. Now that some time had passed since then, he must have gotten even stronger. Senri Silvis was outstanding. She was already a bad matchup for Keeper from his perspective, but Keeper, who had killed all sorts of demonic beings until now, could only slow her down after using every possible means. And with regards to her spirit too, watching over a vampire, who emitted the negative aura that's the exact opposite of the blessing, from up close would be impossible without a tough force of will. But, no matter how much of a powerful pair they were still only two. They had too many enemies. Looks like things are going to get busy. I'll kill him. The many demon kings are looking for powerful underlings. That werewolf is a groundwork for capturing End. It must be unbearable for a vampire with a human mind. While Keeper couldn't help him, he could at least sympathize with him. Albert frowned and looked up at Keeper. Leno, let's go too. I'd like to do that too, but he's not the target of our current job. Leave the mutually destructive battles to those who want to do it. After all, we are humans. Albert frowned as if dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything more, silently following Keeper. By some providence, after having the curse stolen, the fighting power of Keeper's group had greatly decreased. Alber's grudge against the vampires hadn't diminished, and she was also training anew, but an ordinary human wouldn't be able to manifest combat abilities she had before. In that case, all they could do was use their wits. After leisurely walking through the town, they reached the town hall that they had visited during the day. The sun had already set, but the number of the guards in front of the gate hadn't decreased. Keeper sighed slightly at the scenery that looked exactly like it was investigated. As I thought, they are hiding something. Descend wasn't that big of a town, and the mayor hadn't incurred as many grudges from the surroundings. He shouldn't have a reason to keep the guards stationed day and night. And yet, he has lookouts, as if he's afraid of something. Keeper's experienced intuition was whispering to him that something was up with the mayor. It was a heavy blow that Luffy's group had infiltrated the castle. It was the woe of the employees that they couldn't stop their employer's actions, no matter how ridiculous they were. If that werewolf hadn't come to lead them, Luffy's group wouldn't think about infiltrating the suspicious castle just with the two of them. They would have been waiting for the reinforcement. How truly annoying. They turned around near the town hall, careful to not get noticed. The guards were standing, but they didn't seem very motivated. This must have been a peaceful town. The last incident that happened was the wall of the castle collapsing because of the earthquake, and nothing had happened after that, on the surface, at least. Keeper tapped on the wall with his cane and laughed joyfully. Well then, let's go and give a secret greeting to the mayor. Skull and Crossbones. They had been paying attention the whole time. The Death Knights made plans, but vampire hunters went beyond that. Humans, who held grudges towards the undead and didn't like the Order of Death Knights, the allies of the Justice, were all the allies of Keeper's kind. And people like that were definitely a lot more than the Order of Death Knights thought. Information gathering had started from the time when the Night Crystal had secretly started to circulate. Descend was the town that once fought against the King of the Dead. It wasn't a coincidence that they had Cooperator here. They climbed over the wall, soundlessly broke the window and carefully infiltrated the town hall. They trespassed into the dimly illuminated corridor. There was nobody inside the town hall building. The quiet town hall was half-heartedly clean and well-furnished, making it look very eerie. Albert, can you recognize the smell? Albert, who was crawling at Keeper's feet and was bringing her nose close, frowned and shook her head. It smells like the dead, but I can't tell. Albert's abilities had declined after losing her curse. Her physical abilities and the sense of smell had been trained during the long period of being cursed, making them more powerful than an ordinary human, but it was incomparable to the time when she could transform into a dog. Keeper shrugged and took out the blueprint of the mansion from his chest pocket. There were various suspicious points in this town. A big earthquake which is said to have collapsed a part of the old cast. The fact that they suddenly started to take countermeasures against vampires to an abnormal degree. The fact that they started to hire mercenaries from outside in order to defeat the appearing undead. And the fact that Descend remained silent even when those mercenaries did not return alive. Mercenaries are generally wanderers. Even if mercenaries, who wander around in search of work, suddenly disappear, not many people will find it suspicious. But the story changes if scrutinized. According to the investigation of the Collaborator, there have been more than 10 teams that arrived at Descend and were hired to exterminate the undead. Some teams might have not been able to complete the commission. However, they must have had something like a premonition. Just where had the mercenaries that disappeared without a track gone to? Keeper was careful to not make any footsteps and advanced forward. The undead are powerful. In addition to their high immortality, there are those with far superior intelligence among the undead who have evolved continuously. But even such undead have a hard time fully assimilating into human villages. There's a limit to how much they can act unnoticed, without making anybody feel uneasy. In the human town, you have to abide by the human principles. Keeper was a professional. He knew where to look. Keeper had a copy of the diagram that was used several years ago when the town hall was renovated. The contractor that had done the renovation was already gone, but the map cooperator had obtained at that time clearly had the writing about the newly built basement. Why do they like lurking underground? Is it their homing instinct toward the underworld? Vampires prefer coffins. Other undead don't enter the coffins, but they often lurk in damp basements where the light doesn't reach. There were ordinary citizens in the town hall during the day, but there seemed to be nobody here at night. However, the mayor hadn't come outside. He should have still been inside. The mayor was undoubtedly a human. That meant that there was somebody pulling his strings. Whatever their identity was, it was anything but a vampire. And that person was afraid of the invasion of vampires. Today they had infiltrated for the sake of gathering information. Now that Luffrey and Neville, the Death Knights, had arrived, the mayor should have taken some kind of action. Although, it wasn't very likely that the city hall itself had fallen in the hands of the enemy. Things were being carried out very carefully, quietly enough so that the Order of Death Knights wouldn't realize anything. There was probably no necessity to rummage each room. While wary of the surroundings, Keeper headed for the underground room that was created during the renovation. Then, he stopped midway. It's the smell of blood. Albert drew the silver dagger at her waist and held it at the ready. Keeper frowned and said, "We were too late. They sure move fast. I guess the stimulation was too strong." Keeper didn't have the ability to detect negative energy like the Death Knights. But he had the experience that he had accumulated until now. He proceeded further. He unhesitatingly descended down the stairs to the basement that had appeared. Freezing cold wind stoked his cheeks, but he didn't stop. Already gone. The remains of the presence was still here. They were certainly here until just a while ago, but they had disappeared. They were one step too late. Was this a fortune or misfortune? Room in the basement. Lumps of flesh were scattered in a pool of blood. A minimalistic room underground. Pieces of flesh were sticking to the wall. Did he explode from the inside? It was most likely combat magic. Such marks couldn't be left without a considerable force. Albert started scouring the room without even batting an eye. A piece of cloth had sunk in the pool of blood. Keeper picked it up with his fingers and frowned. He shouldn't have brought the Death Knights, the natural enemies of the Dark Beings, at the time of their first discussion. Keeper would do anything to corner the Dark Beings, but it was better for people to live instead of dying. Dead men tell no tales. He would have to use forbidden magic if he wanted to make the dead man spill anything. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 116, The Mirage King, 3. Well then, what should I do? As it turns out, an evil ritual was steadily being prepared in the basement of the Demon King's old castle. When you think of Demon Kings, you think of rituals. Even in the books I've read, demonic beings were creatures that quietly accumulated power. So, even if the Lord's words make sense, I'd be at a loss if he suddenly sprang it on me. I am being chased. I can't ask for anybody's help. To start with, there's even a possibility that Descend itself might be the mastermind. There's also an option of Senri reporting it to the Order of Death Knights anonymously, but the Order is dangerous. I'd be also uneasy to ask Mr. Lazar and the others. If I was alone, I'd run away ages ago, but since Senri's with me, that choice is out of the question. Let's imagine a hypothetical scenario. Would I be able to win if the Mirage King was hypothetically resurrected? I was able to come close to Raynal, who was also similarly called the Demon King, but I was only able to live because Sable interrupted. The Skeleton Lord answered my thoughts. It would be a disadvantageous match. The power of the King of the Dead, accumulated over many years, is the most troublesome out of all Demon Kings. It was an unexpected answer. A disadvantageous match, it's not guaranteed that I would lose. Do I unexpectedly have a chance? I, who have been an undead for only a year, can defeat the undead who has lived for decades, perhaps, even centuries. The dead have their strengths, just like the living have theirs. If my opponent is the same immortal king, he must have the same level of regeneration ability as me. If the battle of endurance won't work, I can't help thinking that I won't have any chances of winning. The Lord doesn't say much. Looking at his remains in the dark, I think to distract myself from the pain. And I easily reached the answer. No. I see. At that moment, Senri, who was deep in thoughts after hearing the information from me, raised her head. And, I'll blow away the castle along with the magic circle from outside. The accumulated power of death wouldn't be a problem for Photon Delete. As expected, we're a match made in heaven. The Lord's remains turned his empty eye sockets toward Senri, but she continued with a serious expression so dignified and beautiful that it made my heart tremble. I want to avoid the destruction of nature as much as possible. But, the resurrection of the King of the Dead is too dangerous. It should be thoroughly destroyed before the ritual is activated. You little girl with no understanding of wisdom. What a simplistic way of thinking. You damn disciple of destruction, who has no clue about black magic. And, I can't believe you would fall for such a muscle-brain wench, no matter how delicious her blood is. I've thought about that too, but is the area of effect of your Photon Delete that wide? And, you won't stop her. You idiot. Shut up. If I had to choose which one I had to listen to, I'd obviously choose Senri. I know that nothing good comes out from lending ears to a wicked creature. It's not like I'm doing a puzzle. If there's a simple solution, I'd rather go with that. Photon Delete is a secret technique of the Ape the Destroyer, which transforms the enormous power of the blessing and erases everything in its way. According to Senri, it's powerful because of its simplicity, it has no workaround either, and it has blown away many powerful undead until now, but at the same time, it also seems to be extremely fuel inefficient. If you're wondering how fuel inefficient it is, the number of people who can use it, including Senri and Ape, can be counted on two hands, even though it's a simple technique. In addition, blessing is the energy of life. Since they have to release it, the impact on the caster must be strong too. Senri was shooting it like crazy in the battle against the Lord, but she was only able to do it because she's special. I also want to have a big technique that could destroy the castle from far away. Isn't there anything? It won't be a problem if I rest well later. But I would have to narrow the range, so I'll need you to tell me the direction of where I'm firing it, and if she means to rest well, I'll have to give up on blood for a while. It can't be helped. I've been spoiled by Senri recently, so it's about time I showed her my patient side too. I'll be fine with just getting a hug. The Lord told me hurriedly as I was about to make the decision. Wait, and the ritual has not been completed yet. There is no need to destroy it now. It is an old spell, you can destroy the array if you follow appropriate procedures. Is that true? Even if it's true, you should say things like that first. I hate the mages because they like to put on airs. Look, and you must take a look at this accumulated power of death. To start with, if you carelessly destroy the core with Photon Delete, the power of death might end up spreading. Is that true? I want to show Senri my cool side, but that doesn't mean I don't want to show her my uncool side either. It's a bit too late for that after being saved by Senri so many times. Feel it. If the power of death accumulates, the array will activate. If the array is not active yet, the power of death is not enough. The Lord talked unusually a lot while I was reluctant. Either he really hates preventing the ritual with force, or he has some kind of a trauma. After all, the Order of Death Knights seems to be full of muscle brains. It can't be helped. I've put too much burden on Senri recently. It's better to not use Photon Delete. But if you deceived me, I'll have Senri kill you. Perhaps reading my thoughts, the Lord looked at me. It's a pity that I can't read his expression because he has neither flesh nor skin. Senri, photon delete is fine too, but I have an idea. Skull and crossbones. Hey, what should we do, Lazar? Isn't this bad? A strange door on the ground. Lazar and his group stood dumbfounded in front of the door, which had closed with a loud sound. The situation was clearly abnormal. The complexion of his comrades looked unwell. And Lazar himself surely had the same expression on his face. The castle of the former demon king which was under the attack of the undead at nights. The door that existed despite having been told in the beginning that there was nothing else here. Lazar and the guys weren't adventurers. They were stingy mercenaries who disliked fighting on the front lines in this time of war and turmoil and earned a small amount of money. They didn't want to go through the door. To start with, it was already closed and they didn't have ridiculous power like Baron. Should we return to Descend and report this? Think about it calmly. They are hiding things from us. Damn it. He was careless. That town couldn't be trusted. The employment of mercenaries was based on trust. Since they hid the information about the door, the reason why the undead were coming, Descend was no longer a good client. To start with, they also didn't hear that there were golems behind the door to the Holy Land where the undead gathered. There was no way Descend, that even had the key to the door, didn't know about the existence of those assailants. If Baron hadn't gone ahead and Lazar and his group had gone with him, they would have most likely died. Hey, let's just run away. But Rue and Baron are still inside. Descend hid the danger. At this rate, the matter of no mercenaries until now having died must have been a lie too. It was about time they threw away the commission by all rights and ran away. But those two were their lifesavers. They were told to escape in case of emergency, but he wouldn't be a mercenary if he failed in his duties. The wall in front of the door shouldn't stay like this forever. After all, Descend should have already investigated it. The front of the door was completely sealed away by the moving wall. It was hard to imagine that it'd stay like this forever. There should definitely be a way to return it to the previous state. What was beyond the door seemed to be quite high. In order for Baron and Rue to come back, they needed somebody to secure the exit for them. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. After Lazar resolved himself for the first time in his life, he said to his teammates. Get the explosives and a rope ladder. Prepare to blow up what's beyond the door. Are you for real? Explosives in a basement like this? It can't be helped, let's do what we can do. The underpass might collapse, but it was better than being trapped alive in the basement. He was prepared just in case. His comrades started to move sluggishly, reluctantly. Then, footsteps suddenly resonated from behind them. They looked at each other and looked back. What appeared was a duo wrapped in eye-catching silver armor. The dreary air from the basement instantly turned cleaner. What a depressing place. Don't let your guard down, Neville. There's Senri's mark. She's undoubtedly here. TSK. I know. We finally found a clue. Let's quickly bring her back and finish this up. The man with a ruthless face smiled ferociously at the thin man's rebuking words. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 117, The Mirage King, 4. I carefully explored the underground labyrinth with the Lord's support. According to him, magical circles are delicate and very dangerous rituals. Magic has always been something that only those with talents could use, but a magic circle is something those talented spellcasters use to cause large-scale phenomena they wouldn't be able to exercise normally. The array, assembled with multiple magic letters, is a lump of magic and a melting pot of powers. This ritual magic, which is prone to going out of control in ways sometimes unpredictable even to its caster due to the interference from the outside, was thus abolished long ago. Including the fact that the evil warding steel, the metal which absorbs the blessing and is pretty much not produced nowadays, was used lavishly, it's certain that this underground labyrinth was built quite a long time ago. Look, End. It is put together in a way so that the power of death from the upper layer gathers here. The Lord's words are flowing. As it turns out, the walls that I can only see as a labyrinth, look different to him. I've lightly thought about this before too, but the Lord might have been a much more powerful spellcaster than I gave him the credit for. If I had lost and Horus Carmen had become the king of the dead, there's a chance that the world might have acquired another terrifying enemy. Shouldn't the Order of Death Knights be thankful to me and let me join them? I'll do my job well, you know. I'll be a real hard worker. Necromancers don't really have the feeling of camaraderie. I follow the Lord's instructions and damaged the walls and the floor in order. Senri, who followed me while repelling the assailants from the darkness, said something cruel. And, are you perhaps, just winging it? I'm not. Has there ever been a time when I did things without a reason? Senri fell silent with a sorry expression. The Lord isn't my ally, but a part of him is being absorbed by me. The fact that I was able to use necromancy, even if only partially, is the proof of that. He wouldn't take the initiative to do something that would lead to my death. I still need to be alert towards him, but it should be okay to trust him for now. He can't defeat me even now when I'm most likely weakened by Sable's curse that's eating into me. I have the upper hand. Following the Lord's instructions, I hit a part of the floor with the machete. When I look at it like this, it really feels like the whirling power of death moves a little with each strike. Still, they really did a good job creating an underground labyrinth this wide. Creating something this big underground means using a completely different kind of labor compared to building the castle above. I can't imagine that they'd manage something with magic. They used skeletons. Those are tireless faithful servants. That is also what I used to do. The Lord says earnestly. Listening to that, necromancy is pretty outstanding, if you don't think about the ethical parts of it. Only the sound of me damaging the pathway is resonating. Senri is giving me free rein for now, but it's scary that there's no end to this. Fool. This is a delicate spell. Destroying it would be one thing, but dispelling it requires taking specific steps. This was something that couldn't be dispelled before. It'll take a bit more time. I want to hurry up and go home. Anyway, I'm surprised that you can dispel the magic circle made by the King of the Dead. The Lord answered my misgivings with exasperation. It's an old-fashioned magic circle. It stopped being used because it had a defect. The techniques have also advanced. I can't call myself the one who transcended death if I can't dispel something of this level. Skull and crossbones. I dismantle the magic circle while silently confirming it with the Lord. I don't have much knowledge yet, but vampires also seem to have great aptitude for being mages. That's most likely the reason why the Lord chose the fleshman for the start of evolution into the king of the undead. Vampires have mana. They have a body resistant to magic. And they also seem to have unique eyes. When lesser vampires evolve into vampires, they acquire many abilities. But the evolution doesn't stop at that. Even higher-ranked vampires, who live for many years and accumulate the power of death, acquire magic eyes. The eyes of the lesser vampires are incomparable to that, but even my eyes can see the flow of the power of the dead and mana. I don't really get it, but this seems to be the power that all mages desperately long for. Perhaps if I study more and gain more power, I might be able to live without having to fight with people. People abhor the undead because they are the threats to the humans above all else. I, who possess human consciousness, might be able to change that. If it's true, I don't want to do anything annoying, but if it's for the sake of living peacefully with Senri, there might be room for consideration. Thinking about things like that and distracting the pain, I destroy one more place. The Lord, who's floating in the air, says. 3 more places left. The chain that confines the power will be cut and the pooled power of death will naturally disappear. A part of it might flow into you too. I see, so that's why he cooperated. On the contrary, it makes sense. The power of death is also the source of my power. Having more power wouldn't be a problem. I'll gladly accept. If my power gets stronger, this pain might stop too. Would we be able to return to the town right before dawn? Just as I started thinking about something easygoing like that, my instincts sensed danger. My sensory function is sensitive. As an undead, I half-reflexively look for the living beings. Usually I would have noticed it way faster. The reason why it happened so late is definitely because of the pain. I forcibly move my hurting leg and jump back. I hug Senri, who's behind me, and roll on the ground. An array of light passes right above me. Shit! It was evaded. It had a density incomparable to the light that Senri used to release, but it was undoubtedly made up of blessing. The familiar voice made pain run through my head. My undead instincts were warning me about the appearance of my natural enemy. Shit, there's only 3 more places left. Just why did they have to choose this timing? The emitted voice was almost thug-like. But I already knew that this voice possessed a tremendous power. It's been a while since I became an undead, but they were the only ones who left me as just a head. The amethyst-colored eyes of Senri in my embrace are looking at me. There is no agitation in her expression. However, since we've been together for so long, I can see her confusion very well. The Grim Reapers descended in the dark. Wrapped in the same faint light as Senri, their bodies glowed even in the underground labyrinth where the negative power whirled. A thin man with a sword and a man with sharp eyes and a mace. It's been a while, Senri. Lie, Fry. Senri called his name. I evade the light mercilessly fired by the second person while still holding Senri. The bullet of light pierces through the underground labyrinth. There is not a scratch left on the stone walls and the floor, but that's probably because this attack wasn't accompanied by a material force. Light exists to erase the power of death. It's a technique meant to efficiently exorcise me. It most likely wouldn't be able to scratch Senri even if it hit her. TSK, so it's as I thought, shit. So you were still together. You goddamn vampire. The other man who fired light. His eyes were blazing with killing intent and anger. I've never forgotten him. There's no way I'd ever forget him. The man who almost killed me once. I rebuke my body, that's trembling in fear. I slowly get up while holding Senri. In between my movements, I force my mind, that had turned dull from pain, run at high speed. Meanwhile, the Lord is looking down on us. Why are they here? Where did they follow us from? What's their objective? How many of the enemies are here? No, before all that, is that man, the man who tried to kill me from long distance, the hero of the light, Ape the destroyer, here. It's just 2 people. There's no other presence. The enormous amount of energy coming from that man stands out. There are only these 2, in the basement. It's okay, I can move. If I lose, I'll lose Senri. I can't afford to lose. Things are different from back then. Right now, I'm a monster. I speak. I do my utmost to not relay my agitation. The words spilling from my mouth were coldly somber. Long time no see, Lofri and Neville. Sorry, but we're in the middle of something, we're busy, can you go back? Think about the way to get away from this situation. The conditions. I absolutely didn't want to meet them. Senri's spirit is that of a death knight even now. She's strong but delicate. If they meet, she'll definitely start to waver. But I also can't exactly kill Senri's former comrades. The only thing I'm going to sever is their connection. I force myself to smile. Then, Lofri tilted his right hand upwards with a stern expression. There was no sound or any signs. I was inadvertently dumbfounded. Countless bullets of light appeared in front of Lofri. Their numbers amounted to a few hundred. If it's going to be evaded, might as well make it the amount that can't be evaded. Is that what he thought? I feel like I can understand the Lord's feelings a bit. Let me guess, you guys must be muscle brains. Dell, who I fought together with in a fight against Raynal, was more intelligent. Is everybody in Ape's troops like this? Photon rain. As I let out a dry voice, bullets of light hailed down on me like a rainstorm. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 118.1, The Mirage King, 5. I remained calm in front of the purifying light that could destroy the undead far and wide. They're strong. I suffered the damages one-sidedly during our first match. When I went to Ape's inn to return the sword, they were shaken up so they weren't in a perfect condition. But this time they're attacking head-on. I don't know what kind of method they used, but they have perceived our existence and have come with a firm will to kill us. Even if they're third class, they can manipulate the blessing and are undoubtedly heroes. Looking at the light bullets that were pouring down on me like rain and Neville, who charged at me from the other side, I was convinced. They've become stronger than when we previously met. They're planning on wounding me with photon rain and using that opportunity to continuously attack me. In contrast to that, I didn't even have to worry, I only had one choice. The light was hailing down evenly. I resolved myself, rebuked my hurting body and jumped sideways. Lufri let out a small voice. Wadash. KH. The light burns my flesh. The pain as if being scorched by the hellfire, a different kind of pain from Sable's curse, bursts forth like shock. I continued protecting Senri, hugged her and rolled. I understand that the light is trying to return me to the corpse I'm meant to be, my vision is blinking because of the pain and I can't even scream, yet, my thoughts are calm. They've become stronger. Maybe they started training from the day when Senri disappeared with me. But nothing has changed. The sharpened killing intent in their attacks is splendid, but that's it. They've become stronger, but that's it. They haven't changed at all. Ku. He was hit by photon rain, but he took almost no damage. Be careful. I know. I feel a tingling fighting spirit from my back. I feel a strong power of light. My old self had almost no combat experience of fighting with enemies stronger than me, so I could only desperately run around. Right now I have an index to judge them by. An index called Senri. Lufri and Neville have definitely become stronger. But I've become even stronger. I know that even if I take a direct hit from all bullets from Lufri's photon rain, it can't fill my abyss. A beast-like roar rises from my back. A holy silver weapon, that's handed to all Death Knights, is swung down. Senri, who slipped out of my arms, intercepted it. I rolled to the side, as if toppling over, and checked the progress of the battle. Senri's swordsmanship is elegant no matter how many times I see it. Her straight and quick continuous attacks are probably because force isn't needed to purify the undead. Her swift swordplay, so fast that it carved several flashes in a moment, is something that even I, with my superhuman abilities, can barely manage to match. A violent sound resonates. Neville roars. You still haven't woken up. You're barking up the wrong tree. Senri's eyes have never been clouded. Senri's blow greatly repels the mace. Neville's expression distorts. Senri and Neville have different physiques and gender, but for Death Knights, who can strengthen their bodies with blessing, that's irrelevant. I won't let you kill him. Do they think that Senri's unwillingly accompanying me because she's being threatened? There's no way that could happen. Senri isn't foolish enough to be manipulated by somebody of my level. That's why I've been doing everything possible to avoid betraying her. Just how are Lufri and Neville planning to kill me, while I'm being protected by Senri who's stronger than them, the very same Senri they're trying to save? Are you okay, End? How? It hurts. It hurts so much that if I were a human, I'd definitely be dead, but I'm already dead so it's not a problem. Right now I'm probably stronger than these two. After all, I have vast combat experience. I've learned the tricks of the Death Knights through Senri. Perhaps instantly sensing the situation, Lufri shouted. Neville, hold her back. Photon rain. End. How naive, way too naive. In that sense, Epei's soul release, from a very far distance was an excellent tactic. Epei most likely has a precise understanding of us. The Order of Death Knights is definitely not evil. That's why, time will heal the tragedy. Even if I'm killed, Senri will eventually come to terms with it. But Senri's not the kind of person who will sit idly by and silently watch people who've come to kill me in front of her. If I were in their position, I would have planned an assassination. It would be impossible to persuade the stubborn Senri head-on. I swung down, Blood Ruler, towards the rain of light that had become denser because its range was narrowed down to me. My heart was groaning. The power of the vampire is the blood power and its source is the heart. The invasion of my natural enemy is making my vampire instincts roar with fighting will. Senri said that Blood Ruler was also made with the metal that sucked in blessing. The jet-black blade produced the exact results I was anticipating. The light that touched the blade disappeared, as if sucked in. Some couldn't be erased and passed through, but if I resolve myself, I can endure it. Good grief, the Lord really left something good. He erased it. Impossible, why didn't he do it the first dash? Yeah, that's right. I could do the same thing to the first shot. But Lufri doesn't understand it. I'm madly in love with Senri. That's why, it's only natural that I would act in a way that made her stay with me. I'm expressing that sentiment with my whole body, risking my life. Head over heels in love with your natural enemy. I could never imagine that this would have happened. The Lord is lamenting for some reason. Immediately after, I strongly step forward. I pass by Neville, who's exchanging blows with Senri. My target is, Lufri. His clean-cut face stiffens in astonishment for a second. Did they believe that I was still on the pursued side? The fear, engraved from the time when I was left as just a head, had already disappeared. If they knew the path I've walked since then, they'd surely be convinced. I won't kill you. Senri would be sad if I did. Ku. Think carefully. I don't kill innocent humans. I've received blood from Senri, but I'm still chaste. Vampire, who doesn't do anything, and the Death Knights that are trying to kill him. For the public, Death Knights are in the right, but it's different for Senri. How ironic it is that, the virtue, that was surely one of the reasons why Senri was valued, is protecting a pitiful vampire. Lufri readied his sword. The light dwells in the sword that's slightly wider and longer than the one Senri has. It's the sword that cut my head. The wound from when I was once decapitated aches. I know it. The sword of the Death Knights is for evading and warding off. I've fought against it many times. Lufri, are you confident that you're stronger than Senri? The sharp pain is running through my brain. It's Sable's curse. But I won't cut corners. I rebuke my knees that are about to shatter and slam Blood Ruler on the floor in front of Lufri, who's standing ready. Kh. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 118.2, The Mirage King, 5. The broken floor turned into gravel and struck me and Lufri. But, no Death Knight can match me in terms of endurance. I fought with Senri. We fought and I confirmed the difference in performance between both sides. I've even thought about how to fight. Even I am not naive enough to believe that I can have a lovey-dovey life with Senri forever, without enemies. Lufri moved back, reducing the damage caused by the gravel. Meanwhile, I moved forward without change. Yoo-woo-woo. Ku. The roar shakes the air. Lufri's body glows faintly. It's the light of purification, which would burn me if I make contact with it. The Lord who's floating in the air warns me. But, I continue to move forward. The gravel pierces me, but I don't care. The pain isn't scary. I've already experienced it more than enough. The only thing that's scary is losing her. I raised the machete. Despite losing his posture to deal with the gravel, Lufri turns the tip of his sword at me. But, there's no way he could win against the physical strength of a lesser vampire while moving back. I won't let him receive it. I won't let him ward it off either. I raise blood ruler overhead and forcefully strike the holy silver blade. His chest side opens up. Without a pause, I ram into the white armor, the symbol of the Order of the Death Knights. Lufri's body was too light for a vampire's power. A simple body slam strongly blew him away, making him slam against the wall. Perhaps it was an unexpected attack, as he wasn't even in a defensive posture. The light that dwelled in his body was transmitted from our momentary contact and burnt my flesh. The reason I didn't stop was because I had already experienced that pain once. I have already experienced everything, from the purification with blessing, to the pain from having my weakness taken advantage of, and the domination of overwhelming power. I can't see from my left eye. Looks like it was burnt by the light. The front half of my body is experiencing a strong searing pain. It's definitely in terrible shape. Damage from blessing inhibits a vampire's power of regeneration. I want to use the blood power to regenerate, but it's being blocked by Sable's curse, so it's not working out well. I lick my lips. I won't kill you. After all, you guys didn't kill me either. I was left as just the head though. Lufri got up unsteadily after being slammed against the wall and falling down. It shouldn't be fatal injury, but the damage he received wasn't something he could scoff at either. Neville shouts. There are strong whirling emotions in his voice. Did he perhaps think that Lufri had the advantage between the two of us? Shit. Impossible, in just 6 months. Senri, you created a monster. And, isn't a monster. Only Senri is on my side. I respond to those words while still facing back. No. I'm a monster. But I'll be satisfied as long as I have Senri. It's not like I'm doing anything terrible, so just give up. I'm not turning back because my body is in the middle of regenerating and I'm probably in a horrible state, with my face probably only being just a skull right now. Lufri glares at me while I'm still in the middle of regenerating. He still has more than enough fighting spirit. But, even with no damage, this was the result. He should understand that it would be hard to kill me alone. KH. Kukuku. Death Knights will not fight with vampires one-on-one. The Lord is cackling. I see, for them, the fight with a vampire is not a battle, but an extermination. Now that I think about it, they had a firm position with Senri as vanguard when fighting against the Lord too. Lufri made a swift judgment. KH. Neville, let's retreat for now. We should rethink our strategy. It would be nice if you guys gave up. Run away, we won't be here anymore by the time you come back though. I won't give Senri to you. I will thoroughly pretend to be a victim. Shit. Neville, who was crossing swords with Senri which they had come to save, glared at me with a furious expression. The reason why Neville was able to hold his own against Senri was probably because she was holding back. She doesn't intend to kill her former comrade. But Lufri and Neville have worsened their images even more today. They have to listen to us first. Senri and I aren't naive enough to give up because of these muscleheads. And I'll use today's attack as an excuse to get blood from Senri. If they could hear what you are thinking, they would certainly desperately attack you. Well, even if they attack me without regard for their own lives, I doubt they could do anything as long as the hostage is on my side though. Neville was looking at me as if I had killed his parents. But even for Neville, who abused me with one hand once, killing me with a single strike from the front was already impossible for him. I've become convinced once again after exchanging blows with them, that there's a huge difference between third and second class knights. Both in terms of fighting technique and the amount of blessing. Even if the power of third-class knights can easily defeat weak undead, it would struggle against the vampire-class undead. Therefore, they work in groups. And, most likely, it's when they're working together that their true potential is revealed. I feel like if there was a mage that could pour water on the floor, would struggle more. Lufri and Neville moved back. Neither I nor Senri followed them. The most important thing right now is to destroy this ritual, created by the Mirage King. The second most important thing is to escape. I have a general understanding of their power. With Senri and me, we should be able to manage even if the four of them attacked us. Naturally, as long as it excluded Ape. It would be the end if Ape was here. Lufri glared at me for a second and said seriously. Senri, I'll try to persuade you one more time. Come back, Master is also hoping for that. You're in trouble, but it's not too late. Go back. End has never attacked a human and he has never been overwhelmed by the feeding urge. That's because you're giving him your blood. Aoweowoog, I did think that you were a softie, but I didn't think that you'd really do something ridiculous like this, didn't you see it? That fucking vampire is growing stronger from your blood. Soon, he'll be impossible to deal with. I really don't know what to say anymore. That's right. The reason why I haven't been overwhelmed by the feeding urge is because I've been receiving Senri's blood and also, I haven't killed innocent people, but I've crushed several mafia to get money. But Lufri's words are absurd too. I'll try to persuade you one more time, he says. Did the attack just now count as the first attempt of persuasion for them? Senri's amethyst-colored eyes take in their words and don't waver. There's no way she wasn't expecting something of that level. She had been prepared for everything the second she decided to save me. Then, suddenly Lufri's expression changed. He opened his mouth with a somewhat cornered expression. Senri, you might not know this, but, Master is Dash. KH. This surge of mana, and, it's coming. The moment the Lord's voice echoed, the ground shook violently. No, it wasn't just the ground. The floor, the walls, the space itself shook violently. Unable to stand with the body eroded by the curse, I collapsed, but the attack didn't come. Lufri and Neville, who were so hostile until a second ago, weren't looking at me. They were maintaining their postures on a violently shaking ground and glaring into the darkness. What's this power? KH, it still should have been further ahead. And, power exploded in the direction where the presence of the night crystals were coming from just moments ago. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 119, The Mirage King, 6. The underground labyrinth rumbled as if it was alive. For a moment, I forgot the pain from the curse. It was very obviously not a natural phenomena. The shaking might stop if I wait, but when I think about the possibility of Senri being buried alive, there's no time to waste. Looks like this was unexpected for Lufri and Neville too. They're wary of both me and the direction of the power while enduring the shaking. As I glared at the floating lord, he said timidly. There was enough time. The array is already half destroyed, so, the ritual is not perfect. Well, you can't help something that has already happened. The ones at fault are the Death Knight duo. I can feel the power whirling. The power rising from the center of the underground labyrinth was stronger than anything I had seen before. Undead can absorb the power of death. A part of the erupting power is flowing into me, but most of it, the torrent of the power is gathering in one point. I have a bad feeling about this. Descent had perfect vampire countermeasures. If the whole ritual was arranged, the resurrected creature will not be my ally. I must hurry up and do something. For the time being, I stressed that I was harmless. It's because of you too. Even though, I was thinking about stopping it. What did you say? Escaping is the priority. The exit is far above. I'm confident that I'll be fine even if I'm buried alive, but Senri and the others should be different. I can leave Lufri and Neville alone, but I must make Senri escape at all costs. I hesitate for a moment. Severe pain runs through my body, as if it had just remembered to. I pour in blood power as hard as I can, ignoring my body's complaints about pain. Pain, as if I'm being dismembered into small pieces, runs through my whole body. I can feel my soul tremble. Neville's glistening eyes perceive me and clearly distort. What's going on? I became a vampire, fought with various strong enemies and attained the truth. The power is size. The overwhelming mass and physical abilities are what you can rely on the most when push comes to the shove. There's not enough time to return to the exit we used to get here. In that case I'll force my way through. My skin tears and my bones are crushed. The clothes I am wearing are torn to shreds. Perhaps, using power while under the influence of the curse was too much as expected. The pain that ran through my whole body was on the level that it almost made me, ready to do anything in order to survive, cower for a moment. It was almost as if I was burning in the fires of hell. The black dog Albertus transformed into had a monster-like giant physique. But the amount of blood power I can pour in is incomparable to that. My body swells up to fill the underground passage that's not even very wide to begin with. I bump my head into the ceiling and my forelegs that enter my vision are like pillars. Lufri and the others take a few steps back. Death Knights, who once left me as just a head, look almost like ants. It's a real pity that I can't trample them like real ants. I have no physical sensation. All I have is pain. Only the most extreme pain, no less than the soul-consuming pain I once experienced on the verge of death, is about to engulf my consciousness. I rebuke my tangled tongue and say quietly. You. Sen, Ri, under me dash. I didn't have enough time to confirm her reaction. I shook my body, inhaled air in my lungs and roared with all my might. My body is about to burst. I can't perceive my own roar as a sound. The vibrations of the air swept over the underground labyrinth like an explosion and I saw Lufri and Neville be greatly blown away. The durable underground labyrinth is no match for a giant monster. Even Raynal could easily destroy his castle. The crumbling debris hit me, but while it could kill me when I was bedridden in the past, right now it's like dust to me. I entrust myself to my instincts. I kick off the ground, raise my 4 feet high and jump straight up, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The castle that stood there calmly for many years, shook. The walls and pillars, which had been protected by powerful magic, were showing a sign of deterioration from the rain and wind. The air was cold and there were holes in the ceiling. Everything was the fault of those damn humans. The castle where the great Mirage King ruled fell into the hands of the humans and turned into ruins. The army of the king that was once feared by humans and demons alike, was destroyed and was now only mentioned in fairy tales. The innermost part of the old castle. In the place which used to be a throne room, stood a single shadow. A black robe inlaid with golden decorations. A deeply covering hood. The long cane held in its hand resembled a bishop's staff and the black crystal ornament inlaid in it was exuding a somewhat suspicious aura. Hands were extending from its loose robes. Its fingers, grasping the cane, were black and dried up like a mummy. The figure raised its voice. The dried voice mysteriously passed well through the violent rumbling. "O king, this time has finally arrived. Ah, how long was the wait?" The staff hit the floor. Mana went around the nearly collapsing array. Suddenly, its hood came off. The exposed head was jet black enough to melt into the darkness. Its skin was dry and a faint red light was burning behind its empty eye sockets. It wasn't only bones. However, it wasn't a body with flesh and blood either. An undead species that accumulates enormous amounts of mana by remaining as close to death as possible for eternity. A variant of the skeleton lineage. The undead that's rarely seen anymore due to the great efforts of the Order of Death Knights. A Night Lich, who was once the confidant of the Demon King, Avicord, looked up at the heavens with deep emotions. It was an almost unbelievable era. Many of the demon kings that reigned all over the world had perished, and most of the necromancers that once existed, as many as the stars, were exterminated. The warfare had decreased, and magic that was once used even by ordinary people had become something that only very limited talented people set their aims on. And above all, science. The power of science easily replicated many things that people once used to create with the power of magic. Silver jewelry became a commonplace, and the holy water that repelled darkness turned into a mass-produced product. Descend was the countryside, but he had heard that darkness was on the verge of completely disappearing from even the capital. The years had greatly changed the world. The once rivaling forces of the Order of Death Knights had grown more powerful through generations of studying, the tragedies had decreased, and the fear of the darkness had diminished in the people. Avicord was just an insurance. The king did not consider the defeat at all. It took time before he resurrected, before the earthquake woke Avicord up, who was sleeping underground. It took even longer until the preparations for the ritual were complete. Resurrection required an enormous amount of the power of death. However, there was no warfare in the vicinity. Who would have imagined that the era, so full of wars and death, would end? Things had to be done carefully. Even Avicord, who could use magic, could not fight against the Order of Death Knights. He took over a town. He lured necromancers by using fragments of his master's power as bait and gathered death. He was so close. One more year and he would be able to resurrect his master in perfect condition. It was probably not a coincidence that he was noticed by the Order of Death Knights at this timing. There is no light without a shadow. The Order of Death Knights and the Mirage King were two sides of the same coin. They will always appear at the time of the great king's birth. That is how it was destined to be. But he made it in time. Avicord's duty was the resurrection of his king. Anything other than that was trivial. The whirling power of darkness was revolving around the castle that was once built as the place of the ritual. It was a close call. A part of the magic circle had been destroyed, but it had enough power remaining to create a new body for the king. Now that the things had come this far, nobody could stop his resurrection. Avicord felt an unstoppable torrent of emotions. It was a rare occurrence for an undead with weak mental impulses. The vibrations were the first cry of the king. The dearest wish of the king, who possessed unparalleled power, and was therefore lonely, was fulfilled by the hands of Avicord. What's this? At that time, a small voice reached Avicord, as he narrowed his eyes and shuddered, recalling his past glory. Just trash, huh? Needless to even look back. That voice belonged to one of the mercenaries that Avicord had ordered the mayor to gather. From the way they clung to the wall and stared at Avicord in dismay amidst the violent shaking, it was impossible to see the heroism of the mercenaries with whom he had exchanged blows with many times during the great era of war. The quality had greatly fallen. To cut the long story short, that's what it was. When the wars decrease, power becomes useless. The demons had been exterminated due to the development of human civilization, the biggest offender being guns. There was no such weapon during the era when the Mirage King reigned. It was a terrifying weapon that enabled murder even without power. If they had a silver bullet that could exorcise demons, it might even be possible for an infant to kill Avicord. It was much weaker than magic, but surpassed it in matters of convenience. However, for a powerful undead, guns wouldn't become a threat unless they were very careless. After thinking that much, Avicord sighed deeply. But, trash like this is useful in their own way. Avicord couldn't move carelessly. It was the power of the hired mercenaries that gathered the power of death. He didn't remember their names. They had been replaced many times ever since the preparations had started, so he couldn't bother to remember the names of humans. The mercenaries finally talked. "KH, who are you?" Although he hadn't mastered necromancy, Avicord's magic was stronger than the magic of any mages of this era. The modern mercenaries that didn't possess the power of magic weren't even a competition. When his king finally resurrects, he would need a new army. Even the bones of ordinary people could be of some use. He lifted his staff. As he sharpened his will without saying anything, countless black arrows appeared in the air. It was the corrosion magic. It was also the magic that had once greatly contributed to the king, in a sense that it could corrode blood and flesh, producing beautiful bones. At that point, the face of the man in lead was distorted in fear for the first time. A mage? Such a late reaction made him feel irritation before derision. The men didn't even try to run away from the released arrows. The moment the darkness that came flying in was on the verge of eating the mercenaries, the castle shook remarkably violently. The arrows were blocked by somebody who suddenly appeared from the floor. A huge piece of debris, flipped up by a giant, crushed right next to Avicord. By that time, Avicord had already released a second wave. He raised his staff high up and pointed it towards the black wall that had just appeared. A skilled mage could use magic as easily as breathing. The burning arrows that appeared pierced the black wall one after another. At that moment, Avicord's eye sockets distorted for a bit. The fire arrows, magic that manifested scorching heat that was impossible for humans to bear, disappeared on its surface. Avicord knew. It was a rivalry. Magic could be erased by stronger magic. Therefore, Avicord had ordered excessive measures against it. A monster that carried an ancient curse that could overpower all sorts of magic. The natural enemy of mages. Those who possessed many weaknesses yet still reigned as the symbol of the darkness. A burning emotion that surpassed the impulse he had felt before the king's resurrection moments ago, scorched Avicord. Vampire, will you get into our ways again? The giant black monster skillfully used its 4 feet to climb up the half-destroyed floor. Its bloody red irises shone with fighting spirit. Its pupils constricted and it looked down on Avicord. A voice that sounded like it was echoing from the depth of the earth enveloped Avicord. That's my line. But, this is the exact opposite of the usual. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 120.1, The Mirage King, 7. It is said that the sources of the undead created by the necromancers are roughly divided into 4 categories. Skeletons, which are created from bones. Fleshmen, which are created from flesh. Wraiths, which are created from souls. Zombies, which are created from moving rotten corpses. However, there is not just a single evolution destination from there. The rank evolution of the undead is the evolution of directivity incorporated by necromancers. The body exposed after taking off the hood was made of dried bones and skin. Dried up dark skin and a suspicious light shining within his eye sockets. It was written in the undead picture book I once stole a glance at in the Lord's mansion. An evolution variant of skeletons. Unlike Skeleton Knight that the Lord used, it was a form of the bones that once devoted themselves to magic, transcended death and attained even more power. Lich. Magic is powerful. It's a force to be reckoned with even if it's used by humans. What would happen if the undead got their hands on a power like that? Their appearance isn't suited for hiding amongst the humans. The dangerousness of the vampires also takes into account the fact that they can mix in with the humans. When you think about it, they are the rulers of the abyss, who might even surpass the vampires in pure combat ability. I feel power. A powerful power of death that can even overwhelm me, another undead. The powerful magic surging up within his body is greater than that of any mage I have ever seen. Is this guy the Mirage King? No, that's not right. He's a pawn, at best. If he could use necromancy, he'd use it right away. I shook my body and roared towards the night sky. He's the opponent that I would normally be wary of. Even running away would be an option to consider. But, I definitely caught it, while in sharp pain. A slightly different emotion contained within the killing intent oozing from the shining eye sockets of the terrifying transcendental of the death in front of me. Low-class undead have no free will or emotions. But, the monster in front of me is different. He has a high intelligence, along with great hatred for the living. I changed my standing position. I checked my footing. Feeling Senri, who was clinging to the corner of my body, moved away, I narrowed my eyes and looked down at the monster in front of me. You were afraid of me, weren't you? Kh, what nonsense. Senri, I'll deal with this one, myself. Blessing shows a powerful effect on the undead, but it can't neutralize combat magic. Powerful mages are a bit troublesome opponents for humans. I don't need a reply. She knows what to do. My name is Avicord. I am the retainer of the great king and the one who has received the blessing of the darkness. I will end you, youngster. Lich, who introduced himself as Avicord, raised his arms. The space looked distorted from the whirling magic. I jumped inside it without caring. I feel uncomfortable, as if the skin on my entire body is buzzing. I can feel the flow of the whirling mana being disturbed by a foreign object like me. Avicord quickly moves back to avoid the swipe of my forelegs. His physical abilities also seem to be monstrous. I'll kill him before he sees all my abilities. I don't know when Lufri and Neville will turn on me. It's also better if I don't overuse my transformation too much. The Lord's voice resonates inside my head. I am surprised you can move when you are in that much pain. Pain was my friend. I never wanted to experience it again, but when I was alive, that was the only thing which made me feel alive ever since I was bedridden. I just move my body forward. I rampage using my whole body and disturb the place. I just pay attention to not run my feet through the ground. Even if he's an undead, he'll die if his body is flattened. Or should I just bite him to death? Rubble hits my head but I don't care. Avicord's movements surpass human capabilities but not as much as me. He also doesn't seem to have much power. I've definitely, hold the advantage. Acro gridade, darkness, come. Avicord chanted while moving back. Magic requires mental concentration. Perhaps one of the reasons why undead demonstrate a terrifying power as mages is their numbness to pain. The change happened in a second. The whirling mana rushes. The darkness that seeped in from who knows where, filled the space. Even the moonlight, that's shining in, cannot dispel it. The Lord groans quietly. It's old magic. But, I can see it. The Lord didn't warn me to be on guard. The eyes of the vampire penetrate through the darkness. It wouldn't be funny if the lineage that lives in the night couldn't see through the darkness. I turn towards Avicord, who's clearly visible in the spread darkness, and swing down my claws. Avicord avoided my full power swing once again, by falling back. Not giving him any time to rest, I swing down my forelegs in succession. Swing down. Mow down. Rotate my body and slam into him. I open my jaw wide and bite down. The rubble is chewy but tasteless. I spit it out. Avicord stood calmly amidst the rubble. I'm being evaded with minimal movements. It's not magic. Even Senri wouldn't be able to evade me so skillfully. I'm not exhausted but my vision is flickering because of the pain. Foo, you're pretty agile for your age. Ag gal del galm. Oh, the king of the underworld, the wind of corrosion. The air explodes with Avicord in center. A terrible rotten stench spreads at once. The torrent of mana that fills the air reminds me of the flow of the large river that I crossed once while held by Senri. I keep moving forward without a care. My body is tingling with pain but I took no notice and mowed down my forelegs from the side. Avicord's reaction fell behind for the first time. His eyes distorted in astonishment and my attack hit his body directly for the first time. The recoil that came back to my hand was unimaginably heavy coming from hitting that skinny body. Avicord was blown away, but right before slamming into the wall, he changed his posture and landed on it instead. He seemed to be mostly fine. But I saw it. It's evasion. He's evaded me by using mana. He's most likely sensing the flow of the air and pushing his own body with mana. My movements are somewhat fast and intense, but they're not breaking the laws of physics. Furthermore, my attacks are probably no big deal for him. Perhaps the unexpectedly heavy recoil was because he was protecting himself with mana. He doesn't seem to be invincible, but it feels like I'll end up breaking my bones. I'm not a skeleton though. However, the skilled mage who easily dodged my attacks, said as if spitting out. "Guh, impossible, he neutralized the wind of corrosion. Don't tell me, his magic resistance is getting stronger." Of course. And here is, the fruit of wisdom. It would be a problem if you lumped him together with antiques. It's all thanks to the Lord. Given that he was planning to make me into his new body, he must have really done his best. It might be a coincidence. Try shooting again, senior. Gh. Agra Galid Rizel Logias Grisson. Not good. Unlike the curses, magic is bound by rules. Generally, it's more powerful the more preparation you need. Therefore, the longer the spell incantation, the stronger the spell too. I put power in my 4 legs and jumped high in the air. Perhaps because I took an unexpected action, Avicord's chanting stops for a moment. Above. If he can evade me by reading the flow of the air, attacking from the side is a bad move. I just have to crush him from above. One arm would be easy, but if I attack him on a wider area, he shouldn't be able to evade. I am astonished by your fighting spirit, but, are you an idiot? The Lord says with exasperation. I jumped up, breaking through the high ceiling and delivered an all-out body press from directly above Avicord. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 120.2, The Mirage King, 7. They somehow managed to escape the basement and returned to the surface. Unfolding before Lufri and Neville, was a match between 2 monsters trying to eat each other. The ground shook and the air trembled. A clearly abnormal deep darkness and the presence of powerful magic. A lich, who had mastered countless combat magic and required the utmost vigilance as an extermination target for the Death Knights. Vampire, who possessed many unique abilities and couldn't be killed despite having clear weaknesses. The visage of 2 powerful demonic beings, who should have been almost extinct due to the activities of the Order of Death Knights, fighting, foreshadowed the arrival of the Dark Era. Light exorcised darkness. Death Knights wouldn't lose easily even to the opponent that outmatched them. However, as expected, it would be difficult to properly take the 2 of them on while also missing other members of the team. Lufri, who was controlling the blessing and hiding, shrugged. The power of death is too much. He is a pretty tough opponent. Shit. Even though we finally reached them. Letting him get away was a mistake. No matter what, they should have destroyed him when they had the chance. End had grown much more than Lufri and Neville expected. That vampire was no longer the kind of demonic being that could be dealt with one-on-one. It was unexpected that neither had Senri given up on him nor had End done anything that would make her give up on him. Even if his memories were intact, was his reason so strong that he could endure feeding urges for so long? End was strong. So was Senri. It would be impossible to proceed with force against the 2 of them. If that vampire dies, Senri will sober up. Neville said as if spitting out. His stern gaze was turned towards End, who had turned into a giant monster. The match was equal. The life force of the undead surpassed all living beings. Magic didn't work on vampires, but it was also difficult to forcefully kill the lich that was protecting himself with magic. Dawn was also still far away. The blessing attacks from Lufri's group should have worked, but the accumulated power of the death was too strong to make purification possible. Then, Lufri, who was keeping quiet, opened his mouth. But, that's not what we should be thinking about now, Neville. TSK. I know. It's that strange power, right? The power that swelled up before Lufri's group that was fighting in the basement. It was a huge power of darkness that even Lufri and Neville, who had encountered all kinds of demonic beings, had never seen before. Right now, the shaking of the ground had subsided, but the thread of sensations enabled by blessing clearly caught the stirring power right beneath the ground. Even the two monsters in front of them, added together, wouldn't be able to match just its total amount of power alone. If N's last words were true, he was trying to stop its resurrection. Lufri didn't think that a monster would try to uphold justice, but if Senri acted together with him, it sounded more credible. N himself was a problem too, but if Lufri only focused on him and ignored the other one, he would have failed as a Death Knight. The Mirage King, huh? Undead are really tenacious. Just like cockroaches. The power was on the verge of awakening any moment now. But it was incomplete. He didn't know what kind of magic had a hand in this resurrection, but the Mirage King should have been completely destroyed by the Order of Death Knights. No matter how tenacious the undead is, it was still in the process of resurrecting. Thus, they still have time. And, even if the Mirage King does resurrect, it wouldn't be perfect. The fact that his subordinate, the Lich, was still fighting against the ill-matched opponent on which magic didn't work, was the biggest proof of that. Lufri didn't have time to adjust his posture. If he let N go now, he would surely turn into a big calamity. Lufri and Neville just followed N, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He would take the advantage of the Lich being distracted by N and finish him while he wasn't moving. Each unit in the Order of Death Knights had a specialty. Lufri's group, led by Ape the Destroyer, excelled in emission-type attacks. Its final form was Photon Delete, which obliterated everything that got engulfed by the light. Then, he heard a voice from behind. The voice that had been together with him for a long time and the voice he remembered every day those past few months. The voice of a girl, that sounded cold but was in fact gentle in every way. Lufri, Neville, I'll blow away everything. Gather power to me. Got it. Tisk. He had expected it, so he wasn't surprised. She wasn't the kind of person to turn a blind eye to this situation. There was no need for extra words. He would also forget their feud for now. After all, the Order of Death Knights existed to save the world. While the upbringing and ideas of its members differed greatly, that was the only thing that remained the same. And there is a reason why Death Knights, who are powerful even alone, act together in groups. Some beings of darkness have overwhelming power that could surpass Death Knights. But, the light that exorcises darkness shines even more brightly when it's united. Senri unsheathed her sword and readied it. Lufri and Neville stood on her left and right side respectively. Blessing was poured in. 3 people's worth of power gathered at the sword's tip. The power of blessing gathered in one place shone like the sun. N's giant body was pushed away. The Lich crawled out from below him. But it was too late. N had smashed the Lich's staff, which swung up, perhaps intending to cast defensive magic, with his forelegs, and, the light was released. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 121.1, The Mirage King, 8. Chills ran down my spine and I blacked out for a moment. That single blow was just like God's judgment. The released enormous light passed right by me. Its destination was, the floor. Or to be more precise, it was the direction where the power of death was abundant. The concentrated light silently pierced through the sturdy stone pavement and evaporated it. It was undoubtedly the strongest attack I had seen from Senri until now. The light made a deep crack in the floor. It probably penetrated all the way to the underground labyrinth. That cross-section was so smooth, it was hard to imagine how much blessing had to be converted to cause this kind of destruction. Even powerful combat magic wouldn't be able to do this. It didn't even graze me, but my body is a little numb from the aftershock. If it was me when I had just become lesser vampire, I might have suffered great injuries just from the aftermath alone. Even now, when I have accumulated enough power to rival the Demon Kings, it would be hard to withstand a direct hit up front. The old castle vibrated significantly louder. Cracks ran around the traces of destruction and spread in the blink of an eye. I hurriedly controlled my power, as my legs were on the verge of being dragged in. The sensation of my bones and my flesh shrinking is unique no matter how many times I experience it. Pain is making my vision blink, but I can't afford to worry about how I look. I somehow manage to return to my original form. The world becomes wider at once. I stretch my hand and put my body out of destruction's way. Ignore the pain. The battle isn't over yet. First, I recover my balance. The ceiling fell and the floor, the thick walls collapsed, swallowed by the cracks in the ground. It's true that the destructive power of Senri's photon delete was tremendous, but this amount of destruction from a single attack is abnormal. Did she perhaps destroy the foundation? Was it already at its limit due to aging? Or perhaps it was made that way in the first place? But I don't have time to think. I shout at Senri, who's supported by Luffy and Neville at the entrance and somehow enduring the shaking. Senri, run away. I'll be fine. KH, got it. I still have blood power remaining. I won't die even if my head is crushed. I don't care what happens to Luffy and Neville, but Mr. Lazar's group should be here too. Besides, the enemy is still here. Avicord stood dumbfounded. The body press must have certainly hit him, but neither itch nor pain showed up on his expression. His consciousness was no longer focused on his surroundings. Only his eyes, glowing with a blood-like crimson light, were silently staring at the target of Senri's attack. I caught Blood Ruler that came flying at me. I left it in the basement, but it looks like Senri retrieved it for me. The Lich was a terrifying opponent. He should have been a good matchup for me, but I couldn't kill him. Because of the difference in our techniques and the experience. But, I'll kill him here. I won't leave any roots of evil. My body has reached its limit a long time ago. Once I collapse, I don't have the confidence to get back up. I sharpen my concentration, my killing intent. A huge piece of rubble falls between me and the Lich. I step inside with all my might and swing, Blood Ruler, widely, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The ceiling and the walls collapse. The old castle, that maintained its shape even after many years had passed from the warring era, broke down. The scenery, reminiscent of the end of the world, ended very shortly. The materials making up the castle were swallowed underground, only the hill made from piled-up rubble remaining. The ruins of the castle completely collapsed. A huge piece of debris stirred and Avicord crawled outside. After checking the surroundings dumbfounded, he staggeringly got up. The crimson light, lit inside his eye sockets, flickered with agitation. Necromancy gave immortal bodies to the dead. After bumping into the collapsed rubble, his outfit was torn, he lost his cane and his right hand with it too. The vampire had attacked him in the act of desperation just before the destruction. That single attack had penetrated through Avicord's magic defense and destroyed his right hand from his shoulder down. But, that wasn't the reason for his agitation. Impossible. It was a blow of light comparable to the one unleashed by the Order of Death Knights he had fought against in the past. His countermeasures were perfect. The core of the ritual was protected by the many layers of the protective barriers that his king set up. But that single strike easily swallowed them all, blowing them away. The ritual had already started. If he had a few more minutes, his king would have been resurrected. Black dust danced in the air. The castle of the king was the site of the ritual. Its destruction meant that fulfilling his objective had become impossible. I'm possible. Why is a vampire siding with humans? The Lich's magic was powerful. If his opponents were humans, even if they were the Order of Death Knights, he would undoubtedly be able to stop them. If only that vampire, able to completely nullify all of Avicord's magic, wasn't here. Undead, it's your loss. KH. Hearing the voice, Avicord finally realized that he was surrounded. Energy made of light, 3 Death Knights were surrounding Avicord, warily pointing the tips of their holy silver weapons at him. One person with a strong power and 2 lower-ranking knights. If the attack from a while ago was from these 3, the techniques must have improved significantly due to the change of the era. He was so preoccupied with hiding himself and resurrecting his king that he had neglected to investigate his enemies. Damn, you! Death Knight! He felt his emotions that had been diluted after becoming the undead, awaken. This was anger. When the Order of Death Knights had invaded the castle in the past, Avicord was ordered to be on standby, not allowed to join the battle. However, if back then, he had been allowed to fight along with his comrades, he would have felt the same simmering rage that he was feeling now. The mission given to Avicord was the completion of the ritual. Now that it had been obstructed, there was nothing else he could do. He had 3 opponents. They were hateful, but their power was genuine. He understood that his long years of sleep had given new powers to the Order of Death Knights. But withdrawing now would be unforgivable for the subordinate of the Mirage King. He would destroy them. Even if he had to sacrifice himself for it. Otherwise, he would be unable to face his king, who had believed in him and had given him such an important mission. He raised his hand, making the mana flowing inside him explode. He had lost his arm and his staff, but for Avicord, who had obtained powerful mana by transcending death, any Death Knight was, after all, just a human. He could deal with humans sufficiently even without the magic that needed the staff. This power is. The mean-looking knight with a mace took a step back. But it was too late. Avicord had long since learned the weaknesses of the men. He would turn all the surroundings into the land of death. Would the Death Knights of this era be able to block this? Photon delete. The female Death Knight, with an exceptionally powerful aura, released the light. But that attack was very weak compared to the one just a while ago. It was stored too. It must have meant that the attack from before would be hard to shoot in rapid succession. That was the limit of human species. He evaded the released ray of light by moving leisurely. The expression of the female knight distorted. And the moment he tried to release his power, a nostalgic voice reached Avicord's ears. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 121.2, The Mirage King, 8. I had a terrible, terrible dream. The cold voice instantly made his anger disappear. Avicord certainly felt the pounding of his heart, which he should have lost long ago. There was no presence. However, that itself was the origin of the mirage. The King of the Abyss. The perfect dead. That king, known as the Ultimate Zero, had no presence. Therefore, he was feared. That king was the Hollow Shadow. And, the troops that received his power were once called the Shadow Army. The Death Knights took distance all at once. The dancing black dust gathered and formed a shape. The shape of a small black skeleton. It wasn't a coincidence. Its eye sockets were clearly looking at Avicord and the Death Knights. The ritual had succeeded, after all. Avicord instantly calmed down. It must have been because all power hadn't been poured in. His body was weak and far from a complete resurrection, but the king hadn't perished yet. Avicord was ready to die with the enemy, but he couldn't stay like this. It took time to accumulate power. He had to run away at any cost. The expressions of the Death Knights changed. Ah, my liege, I have been waiting for you. Please forgive me for meeting you while standing, as we are in the presence of enemies. It would be easy to run away. Avicord still had power remaining. Even if he was up against 3 Death Knights, he could at least let his king escape. The king's gaze stopped on Avicord. That alone evoked an extraordinarily strong emotion, happiness in him. You have done well. The weight of this body, the pain, it is not a bad feeling. After 10 years of hiding in the land of humans, his mission had finally been completed. The vigilance of Death Knight had completely switched over from Avicord to the king. Their positions had switched. They're planning on stopping the king with their lives, before he would regain his powers. However, Avicord wouldn't allow that. He turned his back towards the king and glared at the Death Knights. That nostalgic voice seemed to permeate his body, his very soul. And the king said, "However, this is not a complete resurrection. I will be taking your power, Avicord." Avicord didn't even have time to understand it. Power left his body, that had transcended death. By the time he realized it, Avicord was looking at the ground. His left arm, outstretched on the spur of the moment, turned into dust. The enormous amount of mana he had stored disappeared. No, it was sucked in. His consciousness faded away, without even giving him a chance to resist. Avicord was created by the Mirage King. He was freed from the wedge of death, but that merely meant that his ruler had simply changed. On the verge of his consciousness disappearing, what the Night Lich, who had lived for eternity, felt was the long-forgotten fear towards the looming death, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. That was something that went against the rules of this world. Complete darkness. The king of the abyss that was released from the wedge of death by the horrific spell. Death Knights referred to the evil mages that threatened all living beings and reigned over them as the kings of the dead. The Lich, which was so powerful, crumbled away. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even the contents of the Lich's tattered robe turned into dust. It was the restoration of power. Those who transcended death with a curse, however, also returned to dust with the curse. Senri's nearly inexhaustible blessing was also temporarily depleted after several attacks. Having lent their powers to Senri, Lufri and Neville also had bare minimum left. But Senri reflexively concentrated the power and released it. The tip of her holy silver sword shone. Her Death Knight instincts were telling her that she had to absolutely kill this undead here, before he could completely recover his powers. Photon delete. She lost strength. Concentrated power, the power that turned everything into nothingness, was released. The magnum opus of Ape the Destroyer, which she had repeated many times and practiced until she had bled, activated perfectly even when exhausted. And, just before swallowing the gathering fog, it refracted grandly. The curved light burnt the night sky. She thrust her sword in the ground, supporting her body that was about to collapse after losing power. Sometimes it was evaded. Sometimes she also couldn't destroy her target. But it was the first time that the light had been refracted. An emotionless voice echoed. The voice that was hoarse and faint until just a while ago, had clearly recovered power. The first necromancer is said to have created 3 ways of transcending death with his madness and wisdom. She gasped. Rebuking her powerless body, Senri pointed the tip of her sword at him. There was not a trace of impatience in his voice. Fleshmen are the demonic beings of blood, wraiths are the demonic beings of the soul, and skeletons are the demonic beings of the earth. A wall that didn't exist just a second ago appeared before her. The wall was so polished that she could clearly see her face. It should have received the photon delete, but there wasn't a single scratch on its surface. The wall crumbled down. Appearing from the other side of it was a black-haired man. He was wearing the robe that Lich had just worn and gave a small sigh. A pale skin. The enormous amount of mana that could be felt from his body. It was obvious when you looked at him. His skin, flesh and blood were made from death. But no signs of his presence were leaking out at all. As if he was wrapped in a very strong shell. That castle was made by me. Phew. Avicord, you good for nothing. I still lack power. A mage with the earth attribute. Photon Delete was a light charged with the power of destruction. It couldn't be reflected by a mirror. But this man did it. He refracted it. What's more, he did it in the middle of resurrection. Photon Delete was a technique created by her master. It should have been unknown for this man. At the very least, it wasn't something that could be dealt with in a second. From that fact, she could deduce that he had an overwhelming sense and battle experience. The Mirage King was exterminated because of his very dangerous power. But, if one were to put it in another way, it also meant that until he built a castle on this land, he successfully fended off his pursuers and survived. Nowadays, the number of mages has decreased due to the development of science. But it was different in the era of the Mirage King. With the expansion of the Order of Death Knights, the number of mercenaries had also decreased. But that wasn't the case during the era of Mirage King. The flow of time was cruel. Some things progressed, while some things declined. The Mirage King looking around. His eyes were red as blood. Nobody could move. His figure seemed to be full of openings, but there was something intimidating about him that didn't allow Senri and the others to attack carelessly. Well, it is fine, let me try it. The body of the demon of blood. The ground shook and a single was formed, like a tree growing. It was a spear with a jet-black handle and the blade. The Demon King grabbed it with one hand, shook it lightly, then pointed its tip toward Senri and blinked his eyes. Do the mages of this era not engage in hand-to-hand combat? The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 122.1, Mirage King, 9. That barrage was just like a black storm. The physical strength of a vampire already surpassed the physical abilities of Death Knights that were strengthened with blessing. A long-reaching lance swung left and right, brandished by that giant body, was the most difficult for Death Knights to deal with. A sword could be parried, but the same couldn't be done for the lance. There was no technique to his brandishing, but that itself made blocking it difficult. His poise was more of a beast than of a former mage, but it was backed by definite experience. Even if he was a mage, even if he hadn't learned any techniques, his powerful physical abilities surpassed everything. Nevertheless, Senri made the blessing explode at her feet and fell back. After all, if someone was at a disadvantage in close combat, all they could do is attack from a distance. Lofri and Neville immediately gathered at Senri's side and blocked the lance. The moment she concentrated her power in the sword, the Mirage King laughed. I know very well, let's see what tricks you lot use. She stored the light of blessing for a second and released it. The moment the purifying light, albeit not as flashy as Photon Delete but still able to surely wound the undead, was about to hit the Mirage King, when a wall appeared in front of him. The light hit the wall of soil and scattered easily. As long as it's not converted into the energy of destruction like Photon Delete, the light of the blessing doesn't have a destructive ability. Out of the two that were guarding her sides, Lofri fired the light of purification to contain the enemy and Neville swung at him with his mace. In response to their simultaneous attacks, the Mirage King stepped back. Crystal grew from the ground with great force. The black polished crystal reflected the light and blocked Neville's mace. He's strong. And he's used to fighting. The power of the blessing extinguishes undead on touch and defends against miasma. However, it was not tangible. See, moreover, the enemy was casting magic with no lag while moving. At that moment, the Mirage King suddenly looked down on his palm. The crystal shattered. Mew, to think that the body of the blood demon would be this weak. I lack the power of death. Those were unbelievable words. However, this was the enemy which the Order of Death Knights once destroyed with all their might. He also didn't have subordinates, which the Mirage King would have been usually accompanied by, with him. He was undoubtedly not in perfect condition as well. And, the Mirage King thrust his spear into the ground, smiling quietly. However, what an air of tension! I have long since forgotten this too. This thrilling feeling of hatred for the living. That voice was full of delight. A mysterious delight. It made Senri realize that a demon king had resurrected whether she liked it or not. This was a genuine vampire. Different from End. In addition, perhaps because of the influence from before he reincarnated, he had absolutely no presence. Senri bit her lips. A vampire who looked like a human and didn't have the presence of death. If they let him go, he would surely cause enormous harm. He was undoubtedly the enemy of all living beings. The mana of a powerful undead is incomparable to that of a living human. The vampire in front of her was out of gas. Probably because the ritual was interrupted in the middle by End, he still wasn't at his full strength. He was probably not even a vampire. If he was a vampire, there's no way he wouldn't use his powerful special abilities. Well, it is of no concern. I shall suck your blood dry, to sate this unbearable thirst. The Mirage King laughed. After he hit the ground with a spear, a huge stake grew from the ground, attacking her, skull and crossbones. His fierce attacks were truly like a storm. He was undoubtedly top class among the undead Senri had fought until now, and in addition, he was the worst matchup for her. Blessing is an extremely versatile energy, but it also has its strengths and weaknesses. Blessing excels in purification and healing. And it lacks defense against destruction and attacks with mass. The ground turned up like a tsunami and a large amount of rubble rained down like surging waves. It easily crushed the defense of the shield of light that Lufri had deployed widely, not letting Neville and Senri who tried to step and get close. Shit. It was not a matter of skill. It was an overwhelming destruction allowed only to the strong. The Mirage King attacked, hiding in the rubble that soared like a living being. Senri parried his attack with her sword. She avoided the rubble that came flying from above by retreating. No matter how strengthened her body was with blessing, it wouldn't survive an attack with a large mass. Weak, so weak. This is the true level of Death Knight when they do not flock together. If she hadn't had her perception strengthened with blessing, Senri wouldn't be able to properly deal with the continuous thrusts and surprise attacks. Countless crystal stakes were fired out of nowhere at Lufri, who had changed his standing position to be inconspicuous. The Mirage King laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha. If you cannot concentrate, you will be unable to shoot your big technique. His eyes were overflowing with the glee of fighting. His attacks were rough, but they weren't something you could deal with leisurely. All of the earth was the ally of the vampire in front of them. His attack range was too wide. The king wasn't at full strength either, but it wasn't like they could challenge Undead in the contest of endurance and win. 3 people weren't enough to beat the powerful king in front of them head-on. At this rate, the situation would get worse and worse. If Senri moved, he would follow after her without missing a beat. Determined, Senri stepped forward. His thrusts were faster than the sound. Pebbles assaulted her, along with the barrage of thunder-like strikes. Senri sharpened her concentration, evading the thrusts with minimal movements. What she couldn't evade, she'd parry with her sword. The pebbles hit Senri's body, but she didn't fall back. Death Knights were also the experts of healing. What she needed was a resolve. As long as she had a resolve, she could move forward. Blood-like eyes widened in surprise for the first time. Oh oh ooh. Senri did her best to repel the spear that was swung widely, with a sword. The attack that couldn't be quite blocked by humans made strong numbness run through her bones. However, Senri laughed. Repelling would be impossible for Senri from a while ago. She was able to parry it now somehow thanks to her frequent mock battles with End. Phew, so you would laugh now. Death Knight. Then, Senri moved one step further. The advantage of the spear is its long reach. But, at the same time, it's also a disadvantage. Once you get close to the enemy's chest, the spear is surpassed, by the sword. The Mirage King was right in front of her eyes. She poured the power of the blessing in the sword. The sword took on a strong light, and the Mirage King's blood-colored eyes narrowed. Senri swung up her sword and stepped in. At the same time, a wall appeared on each side of the Mirage King. Ha 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 ha. Did you think that I would not notice? A bottle of holy water that Neville threw from a blind spot hit the wall of soil and shattered. Holy water is the weakness of the vampires. However, it's useless if it doesn't hit directly. It was a perfect surprise attack. However, it was noticed. The Mirage King blocked Senri's swing of the weapon with the spear's handle. A hard sensation came back to her. But, the surprise attack being evaded came as a bigger shock. The Mirage King shouted. As if a bluff would work. Your sword lacks killing intent. KH. They failed. Pebbles grazed her cheeks, blood spattering around. Senri deceived the sharp pain with fighting spirit. She had been naive. It wasn't like she was holding back. But, she certainly didn't put her life on line for that attack. It was because she had allies, and Death Knights were trained to definitely win. Her slacking was seen through. Was it because it had been a while since they cooperated? Regret ran through her brain for a second, but she didn't have the leisure to dwell on it. A sword and a spear clashed, violent sparkles flying around. But the blade barely didn't reach the king's skin. Ha 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 ha. Good, this is a good tune. How long has it been since I had such a battle? The Mirage King was also undoubtedly exhausted. However, his crazy laugh showed no signs of dying down. Blood splattered. But Senri's mind was calm. Fall back for now, Senri. She heard Lufri's voice in the distance. However, Cerny prepared for death. She focused. She threw the thoughts of survival out of her mind, only thinking about eradicating the enemy. She repelled the blade, the pebbles just with instincts. The expression of the Mirage King changed. He wasn't as strong as he looked. The difference between the two of them was minuscule. But the gap would widen the more time passed. She would move forward. This was the turning point. Light purified darkness. If she landed a hit, she would have a chance to win. Senri roared for the first time. Ha-ah-wah. She stepped in recklessly. In response, the Mirage King retreated. His speed was almost as if he was flying. He retreated dozens of meters in a single step, his eyes wide open. I'm possible. I was pressured. Lufri and Neville, who moved forward, supported Senri, who was about to collapse, by her side. What she needed was an opening. She was still conscious. And, Senri flew. It was a movement technique that made use of the blessing. Light wings. Supported by Lufri and Neville, she stood several dozens of meters high in the sky in an instant. Flying with the help of blessing was a high-level technique. Humans aren't made to fly in the sky. It needed reserves and it couldn't be used in a high-speed combat, but the ability to take aerial superiority is great. She could see the Mirage King, which looked like a speck of dust, far below. Even the power of the King of the Earth couldn't be utilized in the sky. Do it. Senri. KH. She would end his life for sure this time. Lufri and Neville were also barely holding together. In addition, since they were devoting their powers to the flight, she couldn't expect any help. The energy, that felt like it was inexhaustible, concentrated on the sword. She would turn herself into sword. The power that Mirage King used to defend against Photon Delete. He didn't use that mirror crystal even once during combat. The enemy was exhausted. It was most likely not a technique that could be used continuously. No, it was irrelevant whether it could be used continuously. If he could use it, all she could have to do would be to use Photon Delete until she died. And, the moment she tried to release her power, the hill that the Mirage King was standing on collapsed and expanded. As if I would lose, little girl. You brat who hasn't lived 10th of my life. The ground rumbled. The rocks rearranged and created a giant arm. The enormous amount of mana that could make one cower reached the sky in an instant. A huge palm made of crystal loomed over Senri. There was no doubt. This was the last blow. The next attack would be the last for both the enemy and herself. A giant mass came down on her. However, she didn't rush. She took a deep breath and concentrated her power. She heard a voice, from the back of the hand. She gently pointed her sword up. She had no sensation in her hands anymore. But her hands weren't trembling. And, lastly, Senri apologized in her heart. And, I'm sorry. What could it have been an apology for? And, the light was released.